What is up, everyone? Yo, what is up? Welcome in. Got some awesome things planned, per usual. Test. Yo. All right. Checking. Here it is. What's up, everyone? All right. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. How's everyone's night doing? Hello. All right. Boom. Yo. How's it going, everyone? Welcome in. Got some awesome news. Got some awesome things planned. Getting everything all set up. I hope everyone's night's going well. Yeah, I'm so pumped. So pumped to be here. I got some cool news. Something fun launching. All right, guys. Dude, welcome in, everyone. What's up? How's it going? Welcome in. Aurora, how's it going? How are you doing? What's up, QFK? How's it going? Leona, how are you? Hello, everyone. Hello. Nice. Good. All right. Well, we got some interesting science news to talk about. We got some good. Thanks for asking. Awesome. Dude, hello, everyone. Nice to see you. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, just getting everything all set up here. Dun. There we go. Hello. Welcome in. All right, guys. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for coming in. So, got some cool science news. If you wanted to chat, you can go ahead and request to join if you have any questions. How do you feel about the science programming that we currently have? Do you mean the administration? Like the what's going on that way? Is that what you mean? Oh, the science. Oh, the media and stuff. Um, I think the main problem with a lot of the science communication that's happening right now is just it's not done by a lot of scientists. Thank you, Addie. Um, and that's the thing that's like a little disconnected. It's a little disconnected from what's actually happening. I mean, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, all those kind of people they're awesome, right? They allow people to interact with science, but they're just a little bit disconnected, I think, from the what's actually happening in the research front, because they're not actually scientists. So I think Fauci's in general really awesome. Like he had a really good job in the HIV pandemic. He did a good job, I thought, of telling people what the current thought of, the current science was at the time for COVID. I think the problem was that he didn't stand his ground, unfortunately. And I think that that's because Trump was in his ear trying to make bad decisions basically during the pandemic, where the CDC wanted to do something like use proper PPE in order to bring people in from the cruise ships and quarantine them. The DHS overrode him, and I think that kind of led to some problems, right? Where it made it seem like the CDC was going back and forth and waffling, but it's really just the president of the United States overriding the CDC. And obviously, the president of the United States at the time, which was Trump, guys. Trump was the president of the United States during the beginning of the pandemic. And he didn't believe that the pandemic was real, right? He thought that it was fake and it had a big impact. And that was the problem. So it has nothing to do with Fauci or him personally. It's it's that kind of stuff. Let's see. I have my PhD in microbiology. So basically, I used nanotechnology to deliver DNA to algae chloroplasts for the first time. So nobody had really applied nanotechnology delivery for algae before, and that was kind of my thing. That was my foray into it. So I took microbiology and nanotechnology and fused it together, and it was pretty wild. I was getting my PhD in nanotechnology while we were using nanotechnology to deliver the vaccine, and it was just insane. My thesis, I have it all on my threads. I can put it there. I have 3 publications that are my thesis. So, Master Kid, if you want to follow my my threads, I'll put it on there. I'll put the link there. That's my show notes. Graphics.
What's
up, Graphics? How's it going?
I was wondering if I could ask you a question about evolution.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd love to. Love it.
So the going proposition, right, is that macroevolution occurs through genetic mutations and natural selection, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a hard time with the idea that genetic mutations can, over time, build complex biological systems. Do you have a way to kind of like explain how that doesn't violate, the laws of physics? Namely, how is it that our universe is sliding towards complexity when it shouldn't be doing that?
Yeah, so this is like a common micro versus macro evolution is kind of like a common distinction that people make that is kind of a fallacy in and of itself. So there is no like think of it like how many steps does it take to get to a marathon? Like you're using a step the entire way, and there's no point at which like the steps change once you have completed a marathon. So the process, I can walk you through it, man, how like the nucleotide change actually creates speciation, which is what I think what you're talking about.
You're talking about like the creation of mRNA and for the production of protein, stuff like that. I'm more of talking about like microevolution is adaptation within a set species due to the inherent flexibility in the genetic code. But macroevolution
that's adaptations. So you're getting caught up in
that's what microevolution is.
There is no such thing as microevolution. That's a misnomer.
Okay. So all these people talking about microevolution, I should tell them that doesn't exist.
Correct. Yeah, that's wrong. It's a micro versus macro evolution is a Christian apologetics talking point that doesn't make any. Isn't supported by science.
Okay. So the idea that a species adapts within a local population, what would you call that?
Adaptation.
Okay,
so you can actually that can actually happen towards like epigenetic markers. So basically, parts of the chromosome can be turned on or silenced based off of a lot of different factors, and things in the genome can be turned on or off. So, like for example, there's some toads that actually towards a a certain temperature, they'll actually start to grow horns on the inside of their little arms, and it's triggered by a temperature reading, because that's when it knows when there's the winter is coming. So then that's when they can actually use their arms to like mate. That's that's the idea. So or you can actually have heat shock proteins is another one. So you are exposed to a heat level that then your body or the body of this animal creates proteins in order to protect the oxidative stress of a higher temperature. So,
yeah, I think we both agree that adaptations happen. There's flexibility in the genetic code. It happens. I'm talking about going from a creature with a respiratory system that gets oxygen from the water or whatever, going from that to evolving into an animal that has a different biological system, whatever that is. Would you agree that in order to get there, you have to either add, change, or delete genetic data?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And what you're saying is, in order to get there, and if it's the process of genetic mutations, they're not directed by any god, so they're essentially random.
It is. So the genetic mutations are random, but the genetic diversity in the population creates a pool that then is selected for through natural methods. So that's what the natural selection is. So that's the idea.
Well, I'm talking about it going. What you're essentially saying is that this mechanism of mutation was able to properly, without any guidance, construct some of the most complex biological systems. I mean, it's crazy how complex our cells are. You're saying you believe that can happen through genetic mutations and natural selection.
Yeah, it did, and it happened over billions of years.
Yeah, that's completely absurd, bro.
Okay, I mean, just because you don't understand something doesn't mean that you have to say that. It's so. We're talking about 2 billion years of evolution that happened for cells that can expand and replicate within a matter of hours.
Okay. So how many amino acids is the smallest protein?
What? I mean, so
smallest protein is an 11 amino acid protein. So how long do you suppose?
No, actually, you can have RNA that can actually create enzymatic activity. So you don't even need to be into protein. I know, but you can have enzymatic activity with an RNA molecule.
Yes, you need enzymes and RNA with amino acids to create peptide chains and proteins. I'm saying that the smallest protein we know of is an 11 amino acid protein.
Okay.
The length of time it would take to sequence one of those proteins is astronomical. But you're saying you believe they can go from that to birds through mutations.
For over 2.7 billion years, yeah.
That's not even long enough to sequence a protein.
What do you sequence a protein? What are you talking about?
They've already, you can do it. You can do the math yourself. How long would it take to randomly sequence an 11-character code? It would take longer than the universe has existed.
Are you saying? No, that's not correct at all.
Yeah. Okay. I've done it. I created a code out of JavaScript and HTML that attempts to randomly sequence codes in order. And you can get 1, 2, or 3 codes in order in a little bit of time. But once you get to 4 or 5, it takes forever. You'll be sitting there for millions of years.
Okay, so what evidence would you need to see in order to agree that evolution happened?
I would have to see something that some sort of localized decrease of entropy that caused complexity above and beyond what, I mean, I could understand localized decreases of entropy to where you have particles maybe forming, but then you have molecules and chemicals evolving. Why is this happening in a universe that should, by physics, be tending towards more disorder? Do you know about nyelinase? No, what is that?
So nyelinase is an enzyme that exists that evolved in order to break down nylon. So bacteria evolved the ability to use nylon as a food source since the 1950s when nylon existed, and that never had existed before, because why would nyelinase exist if there was no nylon? So literally there was proteins that have evolved since the 1950s. So they just, it's not correct, man.
Yeah. Well, that's perfectly fine. You can have adaptation.
You just said that, bro. You just said we just went from there. You can't have a single protein. You can't explain 16 amino acids. It would take more time than the existence of the universe to completely writing off the existence of nyelinase.
You're talking about an organism that already exists being able to convert matter to energy. That's just
Hmm.
an existing system. We're
That's
talking
how
about that
evolution works.
system.
That's how evolution works. So as speciation works,
That is adaptation. That is not
no,
speciation.
no, yes, it is. Yes, it is. So
Okay,
yeah,
where do
there's
we have
different.
evidence of speciation? And please don't use a mule. Where do we have evidence of that?
Where do we have evidence of speciation?
Yeah, where do we have species that are evolving into other species? Because the mutations are obviously very rapid. So where are these
Okay.
mutations to where we see speciation? Where do we see that happening?
So you see them all over the place. Like for example, there's nematodes and stuff that will like lizards like in the cave, and they will like evolve in order to lose their eyes, because it becomes, when you're in a cave then you don't have any light, it creates like an
That's not a
open
different
sore that you
species,
can
sir.
have. I'm explaining it to you, bro. When you go into the cave, it creates an open socket that can be, from bacteria, or it can create a way for infection to happen. So what happens is those toads, or sorry, the lizards, evolve to not have any eyes anymore. So there's two species now. There's one with eyes and one without eyes, and they're genetically
Um,
distinct. So therefore, that's a new
you know
species
what?
that's created.
That's not a new species. Do
Oh,
you know what
okay.
makes something a different species?
I would love to hear what you say.
Well, you're supposed to be a biologist, so can you
I mean,
tell the chat what makes something a different species?
well, the problem is you don't understand micro versus macro evolution. So I would
I
assume
don't
that you're
understand.
using
You
the
said
the
microevolution
elementary
doesn't
thing
even
of like, oh,
exist.
you can't breed with one another. That's what I
Sir,
think that you would say.
microevolution just means micro adaptation over time. And you said, no, I
Okay.
like adaptation. Bro, okay, listen, let me ask you this. Where do you said that
What's the
a
definition of
lizard not having
species? I just
eyes?
asked you. What is it?
You're saying a lizard not having eyes is species. That's not,
Yeah.
is that a different species now because it doesn't
Yeah.
have eyes?
Yeah, it
No,
is.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
So what makes it a different species? Just because it has different biological features? Can they have
Um,
children? Can they still breed together, the
so
ones with
that,
eyes and
yeah,
the ones
that's what
without
I was
eyes?
going to say. That's what I said that you would say.
Because that's what makes them the same. Are you serious? Are you
So
defining
exactly.
things
So, okay. So you
differently?
think, okay, so it's fine. That's what they teach in like high school biology, man. That's what I would think that
That's
you would
what they
say.
teach in. Are you saying you have your own science?
Okay. So what you're saying is that when two distinct species can't create another species, that's what you're saying.
When they can't breed together and create
Okay.
babies, then they're no longer considered the same species. That's one of
Okay.
the defining features of a species
That's not
is that they can
correct.
breed
That's
together.
not correct. You know why?
Oh, please, I would love to know.
I actually have evidence right now that I can show you right now.
I don't think you do. I would love to know where your credentials are from because
Okay.
you sound like
Guess
you have
what?
no idea what you're talking about, Greg.
Guess what? I can prove you wrong right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
What
Prove
kind
me
of
wrong.
species are you?
Are you kidding me right now?
Homo sapiens are a hybrid. You realize that, right? We're a hybrid of Denisovans, Neanderthals. So you
So you're
yourself,
assuming evolution to
you
support your own. You are
yourself,
the
bro,
worst
are an
scientist
example
I've
to
ever
prove your
talked
own
to.
self wrong. So
I've
unless
talked to
unless
Dr.
you are not a
Blitz.
Homo
I've talked to
sapien,
Planet.
I'm going to
I've talked
say
to
that
very
you
many
yourself are
PhDs.
actually an example of it. Can humans breed?
All the people in this room can look up what you're saying. You realize that,
Yes,
right?
and Denisovan DNA and Neanderthal DNA exists inside the Homo
Okay.
sapien genome, and we can
Greg,
sequence it, and it's there.
yeah, that doesn't mean that what you're saying. You just said that the lizard was a different species because it didn't have eyes.
So are you saying Neanderthals didn't exist?
If I post a video, Greg,
Are you
of
saying
you
Neanderthals
saying
didn't exist,
that
or
it's
are
a
they
different
humans? Are they big
species because
humans?
it doesn't have eyes, you know how many people are gonna
Wait,
laugh
why
at
are
you,
we
bro?
why are you jumping around, dude? We're talking about Neanderthals and humans now. So are you saying that the Neanderthals weren't a different species?
Neanderthals, yeah, there's no Neanderthals, bro.
Okay, so you're doing the young Earth creationist thing that they never
No, I'm
existed.
doing that. You don't know anything about science, Greg.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
How
That's
is
fine that
how
you
are
believe that.
genetics
I don't
passed
care.
down to the baby?
How so you think that
What
Neanderthals
kind of
never
cell
existed?
passes down genetics to a baby?
Just so let's be sure. Like you think that are the fossils fake and that we found?
Can we date fossils, Greg?
Yeah, by carbon dating. Yeah.
Oh, you can carbon date a fossil, Greg?
You
Greg, you can't
okay?
carbon date inorganic material, Greg. You can't carbon date a fossil. You should know that. Greg, what kind of
What?
scientist
What
are
are
you,
you
bro?
talking about, bro?
You
What are you
can't
talking about? I was
carbon
talking about
date a
genomes.
rock,
I'm talking
bro.
about stuff. Like I think that like honestly, the other stuff. I I think you can carbon date the stuff that's around it and all that kind of stuff. But
Yes,
if you
you
don't
can
think so,
carbon
you
date
can't.
organic material that's around the fossil, but you
So
cannot carbon date a fossil.
what is the Denisovan and Neanderthal DNA that's within our genomes?
There's no Neanderthal DNA. What you
Oh,
guys have
okay,
done, and
okay.
based on what you've already said, it doesn't surprise me. What you guys have done is looked at these Neanderthals, right,
Hmm.
which are probably just weird looking humans, and decided, and you're laughing, but dude, you don't even know what basic terms are, Greg.
Okay, you
So you're
got me.
presenting
You got me,
yourself
man.
as an academic, Dr. Greg
Hmm.
Debates, and then you're saying you have a degree in microbiology,
Yeah,
but you don't know anything about, you even said microevolution doesn't exist
it doesn't.
because you like the word, bro. You're a joke, bro. Have a nice
Okay,
day, dude. You're a
okay,
joke, dude.
all right,
I can't do
okay.
it,
That's
bro. You're
fine, dude. See ya, man. It's okay, guys. It's okay. We try. We try to talk to them, and um, unfortunately, a lot of people can't stand in the kitchen. They can't stand the heat. Um, but yeah, the idea that two species can't mate is a really elementary version of what a species is, and humans are a great example of that not being true. We basically mated with Denisovans, which are a farm of hominids that we found. I got you, Liana. Neanderthals are in our genome, and the biggest misconception that he had is that basically there's individuals don't evolve, populations evolve. So it's just a misconception. So there is no type of microevolution. There is no macroevolution. It's all evolution. And yep, that's just what it is. Hi, Leona. How's it going? I accepted you.
Oh, hello.
Hi. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Good. What do you want to talk about?
Well, so I want to talk about the COVID virus and everything else that happened at that time
Okay.
because you were very adamant. I think it was more of a political issue,
Okay.
and I'm trying to understand. So first of all, I don't know, what are your credentials? You're a doctor. What are you?
Yeah, I have a PhD in microbiology.
Meaning,
I have my PhD in microbiology.
meaning.
I don't understand what this. I
What
don't
I'm
understand.
asking is because there were a lot of people that have that degree that you're saying that you had, right? When it came to COVID. COVID, there was something completely new, unknown to humankind, that came out of nowhere, or China, or whatever, right?
No, it didn't come out of nowhere. It's a coronavirus, and it's well known, and we study them all the time, and we sequence them in bat caves,
Hold on.
and if there is
You study
completely.
coronavirus. Hold on. Let me just
Hmm.
go back in there. Coronavirus was something that came and it was new, and that was where like the whole world stopped. And you told me something that you knew long
No, it's
ago.
so what is new was basically the ability for it to bind 10% greater to ACE2 in our cells, and that's why nothing in our immune system had any antibodies towards it. So that's why it's called a novel virus. It's that our bodies hadn't seen anything like it, but we have coronaviruses that we have and we've known and we studied.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand. Well, first of all, none of the viruses, coronaviruses or the flu or whatever, I am not from the United States. I wasn't born in the United States.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is like all these viruses, right? The coronaviruses, the flu, whatever. I never got the vaccines because
Okay.
I just don't like putting strange things on my body because I think I have a very strong immune system and
Okay.
it has worked so far. I never got the coronavirus. I didn't
Well,
get
you
the
don't know that.
vaccination.
So you don't know that. So basically,
I don't know.
you
I don't
could
know what.
you could have SARS-CoV-2 in your body and it could have not developed COVID-19, just like how you could develop
Okay, dude.
HIV
Whatever.
and HIV, you could
However
be
you want to
HIV
put it.
positive and never develop AIDS. So it's two
Okay.
different things.
Okay. I never had it. I am healthy. I very rarely get sick.
Okay.
I didn't get the vaccination. I never like wanted to wear a mask because I need to breathe. I like my lungs to breathe. I think that's
It's
healthy.
very selfish of you, but go on.
Selfish how?
Because you're
Explain
not
to
looking
me.
out for other people. You're trying.
How am I not looking?
Yeah,
Okay, if you believe the vaccine cures people and does all this, then
doesn't
why
cure
you worry that I
people.
don't wear a mask or not?
It doesn't cure
If you
people
no. If you truly believe that the vaccine is gonna help you prevent this, then what do you care that somebody that doesn't want to wear a mask does it or not?
because you make
And
it ineffective. Basically, the more viral
no,
genomes that are out there is the more viral genome recombinations that can happen. So more mutations accrue in the viruses, and it makes the vaccine less effective. That's why.
I think maybe you're from the culture of fear.
Okay, I get this a
I think
lot,
if
actually.
you have a healthy diet and you exercise and you do
Hmm.
things that you need to do for yourself to be a healthy person,
Yeah.
your immune system will respond accordingly. That's what
Okay,
I
do you
say.
think that everyone is like that though? So that we should just call off all the people that are immune
No, I
compromised and all that are like
unfortunately
older?
not, because in America I think that we lack a good diet,
Yeah,
a
but like,
good
what if the
exercise,
people
and
had like were born with like immune compromised or something, or
we live with a boogeyman, or however you want to call it.
so what?
People love
So what
to
age should we just
instill
cull
fear in
from the
people.
population? Is it okay that they die? What age is it
Everybody
okay
dies,
if they die?
honey. Everybody dies. Everybody
Everyone dies.
dies.
I know,
We
I
all
know, but
die.
like, what
You're
age
born to
is it okay if they
reproduce.
die?
Yeah, it's okay to die.
Okay, what
That's what we
age though?
can.
What's the cutoff?
What's the cutoff for what?
Well, you're saying that people that are young and healthy are okay, but if you're old and you have, then you're more likely to die.
Oh,
And
you're
you're
putting
saying it's
words in my
okay if they
mind.
die.
My
So,
mouth.
what
I never
age is it
said that.
okay for people to die
I'm
at?
saying dying is normal.
It
What is
is. I
not
agree, but
normal? What
everyone's
is
gonna
not
die, and I know.
normal?
But you're
May
saying
I
you're
speak?
sacrificing
May
these
I
people, and I
speak?
want to know
May
what
I
age is
speak?
it?
Okay, may I speak?
Go
May I
ahead.
speak?
Go ahead.
What is not normal is to be full of fear. Because
Okay.
fear, okay, we know, if you
You're
should
full
know,
of
like,
fear. You're full of fear about wearing a mask. You're about full of fear about a
no,
vaccine.
I am not
You
full
are
of
the
weird.
most
I
fearful
don't want to wear a
person.
mask because
Yeah,
I
you're
like
so
to.
afraid that you of a mask that you can't even put
Oh
it on your
my
face in
God,
order to
dude,
help other
you
people.
completely lost me there. I am not afraid of wearing a mask. I don't
You
want to wear a
are.
mask
You
because I'm
are.
not
You're
afraid
afraid of
of
looking
getting
out for other
sick.
people, and you're a bully.
I am not afraid of getting sick. That's why I
I
don't wear a
know.
mask.
I
I
know. And
never
you don't
wore
care
it. I
about
never
you
got
don't care about
sick.
hurting other people. You don't care about public health.
Oh
You
my.
don't care about
Okay,
killing older people. I get it.
dude.
You're selfish. I understand. You're not
No,
proving
you don't
anything to me.
understand. Oh my God. You're not a real doctor, are you?
Okay,
You're not a
that's the
real
second time
scientist.
tonight. I've been live for like
Because
10
it's
minutes. My
true. I
PhD's
mean,
been revoked
you're
2
telling me
times.
you're not this, you're not that. Who the fuck are you to tell me who I am not and
I
who
can
I
tell you
am?
right now that you're afraid. You're living in
You
fear.
No, that you're
Yes.
living in fear because you
No.
need to wear a mask to feel like you're
No. I'm
protected.
looking out for
You
other
need to put a
people.
vaccine to
No, I'm
feel
looking
feel
out
that
for
you're
other people.
protected because you
No.
do not know that your immune system and your body is capable of
How
fucking
do you even
killing
know that
yourself.
you have an immune
So you
system?
are the one that is afraid, not
How do you know
me.
you
I
have an
am
immune
not
system?
afraid. That's why I don't need to wear a mask and I don't need to put
Prove
a
to me that the
vaccine
immune
because I am
system
not afraid.
okay,
You
prove
are
to
afraid,
me
my friend,
that you have an
not
immune
me.
system. What
I
is
am
an
not
immune
afraid to
system?
die. Oh my God. You know
How do you
what, dude?
know?
You're a fraud. You are a
How do you know
fraud.
you have an
And
immune
I am
system?
so sorry. I even fucking give you a minute of my time.
Okay.
You, my
You
guy,
guys are
are
dropping off
fucking
so
poor.
quickly. Jeez, most of
You
the
are
time these
so
guys like
weak.
last for
You're
like
a weak dude. Look at
okay.
you, dude.
All
I
right.
trusted in you.
I mean,
Okay,
they're just dropping like flies here,
my
guys. I'm trying to talk to
recommendation
them,
for
but they're just
you
dropping out.
is
She's gonna drop. The other guy dropped early too, so she's. I don't think she's gonna last another 2 minutes.
I don't need to
I'm
drop
sorry,
anything,
guys.
honey.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
my God. You're so gay. I'm sorry, but you're so gay.
Okay, maybe I am.
I
What's
feel
wrong with
sorry for
that?
you. I'm sorry. My recommendation to you is to lose the fear and live life, dude. Live life.
Okay,
We
I
are all
should look
gonna
out for one
die.
another.
Okay?
You
It's
should look
okay.
out. You should
Your
look out for
body
one
is
another, and
okay.
not just let people die.
Is capable. Your body is capable of fighting diseases.
But not if they're
Okay? Your
older. So
body's
what age
strong.
is it okay if they
Your
die? You're trying
mind
to
is weak.
sacrifice people. I want to know what age are you willing to sacrifice people for?
Sacrifice people. What are you, an Aztec? Dude, yo hablo español, ¿ok?
¿Qué?
Soy mexicana. Sé
¿Qué mal?
perfectamente
¿Qué?
lo que son.
Oh, qué mal,
¿Qué?
qué
¿Qué quieren
mal.
qué?
Ay, ay,
Eres
ay.
estúpido, mi amor. Eres
Oh,
estúpido. No tienes
estúpido.
cabeza. No tienes cerebro.
Qué
You
mal,
don't
qué
have a
mal.
brain. You don't have a brain.
No sé, no sé.
Obviously, you do not know. I'm sorry,
¿Qué?
honey. I
¿Cómo?
really hope.
¿Cómo?
¿Cómo qué?
¿Qué?
¿Cómo qué?
¿Qué? ¿Qué es su nombre?
Oh my God,
¿Qué?
you're so dumb. Guys, this guy is not a doctor, obviously.
Oh,
You don't know
there it
anything
is.
about
What
science.
age is it okay if they
You are
die?
unable.
What
Who
age is it
fucking
okay if they die?
cares?
You're willing to
Any
sacrifice
age.
people because you're so afraid of a mask and you're so afraid of a
Sacrifice
vaccine.
people. What am
What
I, an
age is it okay if
Aztec,
they
like
die
killing
in?
people on a stone? Dude, you sound so stupid right now.
Okay.
You tell me you're science?
So do you?
You're
How?
okay,
Why do you
let
believe
me
that you
tell
have an
you
immune
something. I
system?
come from an educated people. Okay, my grandfather, my great grandfather, they were science.
It skips
and I thought that I
generations
could have a
sometimes. So
conversation.
you know what I mean. Like, sometimes the apple
Yeah,
falls far
oh
from
my
the tree.
God. You're trying to put a woman down.
What?
Honey,
So
I'm
what
telling
is?
you, you do not insult me. It's okay. It's
I
okay,
mean,
honey. It's gonna be okay.
why do
I'm
you
so
believe you have an
sorry you
immune
live in
system? Why
fear.
do you trust the doctors that tell you that
I'm
you have an
so
immune system, but
sorry
you
you
don't
live in
trust the same
fear. I
doctors
don't
that
live in
say that
fear. I'm
there's a
not afraid to
coronavirus that could kill
die.
you?
I'm not afraid to die.
Okay,
Okay, and I was
but
trying
that's
to
fine.
make.
But you shouldn't try to kill other
You
people,
can you stop
though.
talking? What are you fucking gay? Stop acting like a
Okay,
bitch
yeah, maybe
and
I
fucking
am.
talk
What's
like
wrong
a
with that?
man.
What's up? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with what? What's
What?
wrong with what? Like
Who?
acting like a
Okay,
bitch when you're a
okay,
man? A
dude,
lot. A lot.
you
A
are
lot.
trying. Okay.
You are misinforming people. You are misinforming people. That's
Do you
the
think that there
problem is,
was a
honey.
virus?
Yes, there was a virus. So fucking
Okay,
what?
okay, so why do you believe
There
that
was
there
a
was a
virus.
virus?
There were also dinosaurs. There were.
Why do you
Come
believe that there
on.
was a virus?
Because
Have
I
you seen
saw
a
it.
virus? How do you know that there is a virus?
Have I seen a virus? Am I a fucking
Yeah.
microscope? Are you
Exactly.
fucking
Okay,
stupid?
exactly. So then why do you trust the doctors
Oh my
that tell
God.
you that there was a virus? Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe what?
Why do you believe
That there
the
was a
doctors that
virus?
tell you that there was a virus? What
I don't
evidence did
believe
you
all the
see?
doctors. Doctors don't have all the
Exactly.
answers and
I know,
they
but
don't
why
know
do you believe the ones
everything.
that told you that
Okay?
there was a
There's a
virus?
lot of information that doctors do not have because
Okay.
there's a lot of information about viruses and stuff that is not known yet, even to doctors. And I know that. Okay? And
Okay.
I'm active about my health.
Okay. But why do you trust the doctors to tell you that there is a virus at all?
I don't trust any doctors. That's what I'm
Exactly.
talking
So
to
then
you.
why do you believe
I
that
don't
there is a
trust
virus?
anybody. Okay? I'm healthy. I'm so fucking healthy. I'm one of the healthiest people you will ever know. I have
Amazing.
no issues with my health.
It's
I never
incredible.
got COVID and I will never get COVID.
Okay.
I'm not afraid of fucking dying. Okay?
Okay.
If I was afraid of
I
dying,
understand.
maybe I shouldn't
And
be
that's
alive,
fine.
right?
You have that right to have that, but you don't have that right to
Oh my God,
make that
you're
choice for other
cracking me
people.
up.
You don't
Dude,
have the
you're
choice to
Are you
make that
really a
on other people because
doctor? Are
other
you
people
really
don't
a
want to
doctor?
die. And you don't have the choice of pushing your
Oh my
libertarian,
God. Thank you for,
hands-off
okay.
approach onto other
You realize I'm
people.
going to be listening to you. You're making me laugh. You're making me
Okay.
laugh because I tried to you the last time I tried to talk to you.
Okay.
And this guy tried to, you're not going to make me angry, dude. That's the problem.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry
What?
either. What, like, would you
I'm
accept,
sorry.
like,
I can
are
take
you
you
against all
seriously now.
vaccines?
What do you say?
Are you against all vaccines?
No, I'm not against vaccines. I'm just not gonna
Okay.
get it. I'm not against
Okay, so then
them.
why did
Just
you
like
get
I'm
the
not
vaccines
against God
before?
or religion or church. I just make my own decisions for myself because
Okay.
I am an autonomous person and I can
Okay.
make my own decisions.
Yeah.
I'm a human being, right? That is free. I have free will.
That's great.
Okay.
Me too. But the problem
Okay,
is
so
you
that
don't have the
doesn't mean I'm
chance to,
against
like,
humanity
push
and
that
I hate
viewpoint on other
people because I
people.
don't get the vaccine and because you think you have all the answers. You fucking
I don't have
don't.
all the answers.
No,
Science
you
never does.
fucking
That's the
don't.
thing.
Okay.
I know, and that's the
So
problem is that science isn't strong enough, and we actually we allow
no,
people to have
science is
that
not strong
dissent
for
when
you or for
it doesn't make any
anybody because
sense.
there's still a lot of holes in it.
Yeah.
And you should be a little bit more humble in knowing that this was a new thing,
No,
right? That
it's
a
not
lot
a
of
new
people
thing.
didn't
The
know.
coronavirus isn't a new thing.
Oh my God. Okay, so
It's
then
not.
why was it? Okay, then you proved my point. And it was maybe a political scheme to try
It's
to
not.
fucking
No,
throw
it's a
Trump
science
all the
thing.
fucking thing
We
and blame him
sequenced
for
it.
everything that
We have
happened.
all the
All these
sequences.
people
It's there.
die. It was Trump's fault because everything is Trump's fault. So maybe you're
Okay.
just a deranged Democrat. I don't fucking know.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
That's fine.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so.
I guess so.
Last word. 5 seconds.
Okay, honey, bye. I'm not even interested in this
Bye.
anymore. I thought you were a smart person. Okay. Ciao. Sayonara.
All right, guys. Man, I'm down 2 PhDs today. I came in here with 1. I'm at -1 now. I don't know where that leaves me. I only had 2 degrees to start with. I guess I just lost my undergrad degree. So we'll see. On to the next one. Here we go. Robosphere.
You are a patient
Robot here.
man, sir.
What's up,
You're a
man? How's it
patient
going?
man. I'm
It's
doing
all
well. How
good.
about yourself?
Good.
I appreciate your keeping your decorum.
I try.
I know it takes a lot sometimes. So I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can. So do you believe that evolution is, through natural selection is possible in an advanced species like ours that can control its environment?
Dude, this is a really good question. Like, are humans still evolving?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think that basically in order to have speciation, you have to have one of two things. So you have to have abiotic or biotic factors. So abiotic would be some type of like a population is split by
Split.
island or
Isolation. Yeah.
rift or weather or something like that. Or a biotic factor would be something biological. So like a predator or a virus or something like that. I do think there is some type of evidence actually that the people that survived Europe during the Black Plague actually do have some genetic like factors in it or something. I remember reading that. I'm not 100% sure, but there
Some
is like
type of immunities, perhaps.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking about of all the forces that make natural selection work, and you were talking about them, how
Hmm.
there's a separation where a species becomes isolated
Yeah.
and starts developing unique characteristics that are suited for that environment, cut
Hmm.
off from the host species. We
Yeah.
know that when it comes to environmental factors, it's in general, if you have no control over your environment, if you're subject to the whims of your environment, that the environment could work through natural selection. But if you
Hmm.
are controlling the environment, if you're able to, create habitats in, all 7 continents, which we can,
Hmm.
are those forces still, are humans, let's say the word, susceptible to those forces?
Hmm.
And the other part too, when it comes to, mutation and genetic variation,
Yeah.
when you have a complex culture where there are certain conformities when it comes to beauty, for instance. Let's just say, for instance, we were to somehow evolve in a way where the environment says we're suited to have an 11th, finger, right? Most people, I
Hmm.
would imagine, would end up amputating that finger. Now, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be able to pass off that 11th finger mutation. They would be able to, but would it manifest itself in the same manner if we keep amputating it? Now,
Hmm.
I'm assuming it would still, that DNA would still get passed down,
Hmm.
but does it get favored if every time there's a mutation, some advanced culture, an advanced society with
Hmm.
conformity towards beauty and other things
Yeah.
would alter themselves or augment themselves? Is is the processes still working?
Yeah. I mean, it's a good
Even
question, man. I mean, you see kind of what you're talking about, not basically evolution by instead of natural selection, like human selection, you can actually have pretty dramatic impacts pretty quickly. So dogs are a really good indicator of this. Actually, I mean, most like dog species have actually been created only within the last 120 years
yeah,
because
yeah,
there's just so they and it kind of shows the power of the accumulation of deleterious mutations in their genome. So you have like pugs, for example, being created with, and you look at the pictures like 120 years ago versus the pugs now, and they're completely different. And it's just you're basically all those deleterious mutations aren't being like cured in the population. So I think that if you did have like a group of humans that really wanted to push themselves and only breed amongst themselves, like it would probably take not that long, maybe only like
Mm.
10, I'm just speculating here. Of course, I have no idea, but maybe like 10 generations to actually see some kind of like real like change if you actually wanted to insert that. Um,
Right.
so, I mean,
Now,
you
let
also
me
have
ask,
like gene therapy things, and this is kind of the idea of, or like removing deleterious mutations. So the idea of like positive eugenics, where we were like actually removing disease, like
mm,
PKU and stuff like that. And I mean, that kind of is a form of evolution. You're kind of like human selecting genomes that don't have those mutations anymore. But not it's not by natural selection. I think that we might be beyond natural selection, but you might have a technology assisted speciation event.
interesting. Now, do you believe that is it that the mutations are sort of static, where whatever level of mutation there is in a particular species,
Hmm.
that it sort of is unchanged through time, that it takes an environmental factor to select that particular mutation for us to see it become more prolific? I'm reminded of the example of that British moth
Hmm.
pre-industrial revolution that was living on a white birch forest, and most of the
Yeah.
moths were white-winged.
Yeah.
And then when the Industrial Revolution happened and soot was going into that forest, the white birch was covered with soot, the trees became black,
Yeah.
and suddenly all the moths became black. Now, it wasn't that the moths became black, right? It's that there always was this black moth, but it just was getting picked off and it wasn't passing on its DNA because it was standing out against a white tree
Yeah.
and predators were easily finding it. Now that the trees were black, it was more camouflage, it survives, its genes get passed on, we see more black moths. So is it that the mutations are always sort of there, but
Hmm.
it's just a matter of whether or not the environmental factors sort of meet that mutation and
Yeah,
say,
exactly.
okay, we're selecting that mutation?
What you're talking about is like phenotypic elasticity. So you can have like a
Mm,
genome, and there's basically mutations in that pool because genomes have to be diverse in their mutations. So in a population, you'll have lots of organisms that have different mutations, but all mutations aren't created equally. You can have lots of mutations that still give the same amino acid sequence, so it gives the same protein. So basically, they're called silent mutations. This is a thing called the codon, the wobble hypothesis for how
right,
DNA mutations and RNA to protein eventually. But the idea is that you actually that's one of the mechanisms that allow the mutations to accumulate inside the population. So then when you go through that speciation event, now you actually have that, if you accumulated that genetic diversity in order to actually have something that we were talking about. I do actually, my undergrad degree is in evolution actually.
oh,
So
interesting.
yeah, it's really cool. You see lots of different things. Basically in evolution, through evolution, anything can be selected for, which the ability for phenotypic elasticity is actually something that can be selected for, because if you're living in an environment that has constant changes in climate, for example, you're going to need to have the ability to turn on and off your heat shock proteins more or less readily. So that's something. Or you could have genome size is a great way that happens. So you can have like flies, for example. It's a really good example. You can have flies that are really closely related to one another, but they have
Right.
dramatically different size genomes. Why? Well, because just increasing the amount of genome size, or the copies of genomes that you have or you harbor, is a really good way of creating uh, genetic diversity in a population, because as DNA polymerase creates more DNA, it's going to have more mutations, and some of those mutations are going to cause those changes.
I wonder if you could speak to just sort of the origin of how these chemical sequences were able to combine,
Hmm.
to form these genomes over time, and how, most of the creationists would say that, to go from a single cell to complex life over a
Hmm.
span of about 2 billion years,
Yeah. So yeah,
what
it's
were the
basically,
processes that led to that?
yeah, prokaryotes were around for about 2 billion years. And then you basically have, after the mitochondria is taken up into the prokaryotes, you actually have like 700 million years between us and now. That and now.
It's
So it's,
incredible.
yeah, exactly. The eukaryotes as a way of, like, as a chassis, man, it's just been absolutely incredible. So you have the nucleus and you have the mitochondria, which are the two endosymbiotic events that happen. And then it just, boom, that's when you have the explosion into
The explosion of
algae, and
life.
then you have plants. Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible.
You know, have you seen, it's been circulating through the web in recent months where they were showing that an AI had done some of the mathematical equations on the probability of chemical sequences sort of naturally evolving into these
Mm-hmm.
complex genomes that were creating life. And they ran some numbers on it. I don't know, what the factors were that were able to give them the numbers, but
Mm-hmm.
the number was something to the effect of 1 to the 10 to the 200th power,
Yeah.
that this would occur in a natural setting. Then it looked at I believe in your last guest, the one before this one, you had you were touching on that, but how it then compared the amount of time you would have for this to develop on Earth, about
Mm-hmm.
4.5 billion years, and that there simply wasn't enough time for this complexity to
Yeah.
occur. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. So during the 2 billion years of prokaryotic evolution, it's honestly incredible, man. Bacteria have a great way of replicating incredibly quickly, and then also
Yeah.
they can actually take up DNA incredibly quickly. So they can actually take up environmental DNA. So, like, let's say that you're in a population and you are a bacteria and you're thriving, and you can actually take up pieces of DNA from the environment to test to see whether or not your homies that just died actually harbored a protein that would help you in that scenario. And as
Mm.
that population grows, you're basically testing out all these different things. And the population, you got to think about it outside of human brain. You got to think about it on the scale of millions of bacteria in of bacterial cells, and um, and they're living in a community, and the ones that take up the beneficial genes or the proteins, or that can create those heat shock proteins in order to survive that new climate that's hotter or something. Now they're proliferating at much quicker rates, and if we're talking about, like, replication on the span of an hour, right? Bacteria replicate much more quickly than us, so it allows them to kind of just take over inside of the environment a lot more quickly. So, but we have 3 more people in the queue. If you want to talk about this again, I'd love to keep talking. Just
Can I ask
can you?
one more quick question?
Sure. Yeah.
So, do you think that if we study these issues over time,
Mm-hmm.
and we would take to all of the natural, ingredients, let's call it, that Earth provides,
Mm-hmm.
sunlight, water, nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, all the elements of the periodic table, do you think that there would ever be a day where we would have the level of sophistication where we can create something from nothing, meaning that we're not taking a seed or a seedling and making a plant, or we're not cloning DNA or that sort of thing, but we're creating life from nothing using the ingredients that we have available?
Yeah, I mean, this is, they kind of replicated this at the Miller-Urey experiments, which is basically creating the conditions for a nucleotide to be made, and that's kind of like the building blocks of life. So we just need those templates, and then you basically can accumulate mutations as those nucleotides come together. So yeah, definitely, I think it is possible. And what you're talking about specifically is abiogenesis. And
Right.
it's an interesting point, and a lot of people get hung up on, like, okay, but you need proteins in order to make RNA. So how could you have RNA nucleotides without the creation of
Starts becoming circular.
yeah, exactly. So the point, and this is why I brought it up with the person 2 points, callers 2 times ago, but basically RNA can act as a protein. So it can actually be enzymatically active. As RNA folds, it creates 3D structures, and those 3D structures can therefore, like, create protein action. But I would love to talk to you this more. I just need to get through everyone else, like, respectively. So thanks, dude.
No,
Thank
I
you for the
appreciate it.
question. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, I think it would have major implications with theology if we were to one day create our own animal,
I
like out of
think I think
nothing.
the best case for this would be basically finding life on another planet. That would be the best way, because
Right.
then it would
Right.
this and anything else they wouldn't I don't think that they would appreciate. But Thank you for the question, bro.
Dr. Greg, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, man. No problem. Puff Pass, how's it going, man? What's up?
Hello. I initially made this request not from the last guest, but the one before.
Mhm.
Would an argument that could be made for the immune system not being able to do everything be, say, polio or rabies? Would those be two valid examples on how our body cannot fight off everything that comes at us?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, every person that's died ever has an immune system. So the idea that like, your immune system is this like catch-all thing that is like you just have that and it's okay. It's just not true. You basically the viral load takes over and it accumulates at a level that you can't deal with through antibodies, and that's why people die from infections all the time.
And the only reason I brought up those two examples is because we do have vaccines and treatments for them, but not
Sure.
once there are symptoms that have appeared. At that point,
Yeah.
your body won't be able. I think with rabies, the only time that it's ever been fought off, I put in air quotes, is from like an induced coma,
Mhm.
which that has a ton of complications in itself, obviously.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, would that be a valid example to use from like the guests two guests ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's just like that. This is why I kind of like go. You're right, like scientifically. I mean, it's like an interesting point, but you have to like question why they believe that the immune system even exists or why viruses are existing, and it's kind of like more of a problem with them not accepting expertise at that they themselves can't independently verify. And that's kind of the problem, because nobody can be an expert about every issue, right? You're never going to be able to know everything for everyone, but you can trust the process and you can trust science as an institution, because they'll always try to at least have a better answer. We're never going to have the best answer. We're never going to know everything. And that kind of creates, and you could tell with that person, right? It kind of creates this thing where it's like, well, if you're changing your mind, then you know nothing. And that's why a lot of people that are vaccine hesitant or anti-vaxxers or stuff always come with the "you don't know anything, I know it all" kind of thing, the kind of way and philosophy, because they have to have that mentality, right? They have to know and think that what their skepticism, or it's not skepticism, right? It's contrarianism. Their contrarianism is as strong as someone's expertise, so it's and that's the frustration, man, because it's like I when I got my PhD, it was like talking to my 8-year-old, and he was like, "Wow, Dad, so do you know everything about microbiology now?" And I'm like, "No, dude, I know nothing. Like honestly, on my immunology very low, my virology very low, even microbiology. We have explored more. This is a great tidbit, honestly, for your science class. We have explored more as a percentage with rovers, the outside space in Mars. We've explored more of a percentage the terrain of Mars than we have the genomes and the species of microbes on Earth. So it's insane. 99.8% of microbial species have never been sequenced or are uncultured in the lab, and we've explored like 2% of the Mars of terrain. So it's like this is crazy. I mean, think about all the microbes that exist underneath the sea, man. Like underneath the Marianas Trench. Like, are we ever going to be able to sequence those? Are we ever going to be able to work with those? There's so much of metabolism and pathways and proteins out there that we have no idea. And I genuinely say this with like, microbiology is the final frontier on Earth, and it makes me so excited about that we actually know so little, and yet we've made so much progress in our lifetime. Just with next generation sequencing being invented, we've discovered all these microbial communities in the ocean, in roots of plants, inside of our own gut. It's actually honestly wild. We couldn't culture the bacteria that lived inside of marine water until we couldn't culture it, so we didn't know that it existed. We actually didn't have independent evidence that microbes existed in marine water until the late 90s. We had to have microscopy actually come up to the level that we could actually visualize microbes so that we actually know that they exist. And it's like they're like everywhere in marine water. It's like 10 to the 7th or 10 to the 8th. And then like the viral particles are another order of magnitude more in every centimeter of, or every milliliter of ocean water. There's tons of them. And we had no idea. We had no idea that we are, me and you are, if you count your human and microbial cells, you are half human and half microbe. It's like there's such a wealth of knowledge that we do not have. And so a lot of people see or hear that, and it's like, well, you know nothing. And I guess it's just like a mentality thing, because to my mind, I'm like, wow, there's so much more to learn that is incredible. But what happens is it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it's the Dunning-Kruger curve, where the people that have the least amount of knowledge have the most confidence in it. And it's kind of like looking up at the tip of Mount Everest, and you're sitting at the bottom, right? You're looking up and you see there's clouds and you can't see anything, but you see locally that there's like a little peak there, and you're like, there it is. That must be the peak of Mount Everest, right? So you walk up there and you'll go and you're like, okay, that's actually not the peak, right? That's okay. There's more clouds. Oh my gosh. How long does it go? And then you get to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, we're not even close, So, and then the clouds cover and you just see the actual peak, and it's like, oh my gosh, there's no way. So I'm on the other side of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where it's like, I know more than most about microbiology, but to be honest with you, it's hard to even call myself an expert. I've been doing microbiology and molecular biology for 16 years, and I still go to seminars where I am like, dude, this guy is doing real molecular biology. I have no idea what I'm doing, but that is not what this guy's doing. This guy's an expert. Like, where do I hand in my PhD? It's incredible what some people do, but I don't know. It's just an interesting thing. When you have expertise, you realize how small of a knowledge set you actually have.
Yeah, I mean, I tell my students, I said, look, I might be a chemistry teacher, but I don't know everything, Like
Yeah.
I haven't, done research with every single technique out there. I was like, if there's a question I don't know the answer to, let's look it up together,
Yeah,
that's kind of
exactly.
the mentality I have. But I find microbes fascinating, but I think as with next generation sequencing, and we're starting to get the processing power to be able to look at these genes and genomes.
Mm-hmm.
But like even with the human genome, we'll never it takes so much processing power just to
Mm-hmm.
be able to explore a part of it, Like the way that our body's designed with everything and all the nucleotides is fascinating to me, because
This is a cool part, a cool factoid. There's about 22,000 genes in the human genome, but we have over 100,000 different unique proteins that exist. So think about that. All the complex regulatory mechanisms, transcriptional regulation, translational regulation, post-translational modifications, that all changing those proteins around, changing those 23,000 in order to get us to the uniqueness of the 100,000. It's incredible, man. Those are all the complex regulatory pathways that took 2 billion years in order to evolve. So it's like, that's the way that it all happens. So when people don't like accept that, or they don't recognize it, it's understandable that people can, and science can be so complex that they don't understand, right? And that I don't even understand. I don't even understand humans. It's kind of like too much for me to even understand or fathom. That's why I like microbes so much, because I can change their genomes around, and I can knock out a gene and see what happens, and then I can replace that and then see if it's still okay. I can actually play with genomes. I can play with and insert pieces of DNA as a molecular biologist, and like actually change an organism. It's so interesting. It's so much fun.
yeah. Look, I'll let the next person come up. And I had one more question. I was wondering if you could DM me.
Okay.
Um, like a LinkedIn or something so that I can verify with my own co-teachers in case you wanted to do a talk in the future
Yeah.
with the class. I just
Yeah,
need
yeah.
something to verify credentials and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, for
You
sure,
know
bro.
what I mean.
I'll
But it's
send
always
you.
nice talking to you. Yeah, yeah. Just
Yeah,
send it to me
dude.
whenever.
Let's see. Could you do it to me? Well, let me see. Let me see if I can find you. Okay.
Yeah, I can send you a D. I can also send you a DM to send it to an email as well if you would
Okay.
like.
I
It's
just
up
put
to
it in
you.
my show notes, and I'll put it there, and then you can I'll copy and paste it when you like DM request it to me.
Perfect. That's awesome. I hope you
Sweet,
have a,
man.
it's always nice talking to you.
Yeah, man.
We'll probably
Anytime.
talk again in the future.
For
And
sure.
yeah, have a good rest of your life.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Sandscape Creations. You and Rodney have been in there about the same time, guys. So I was just gonna. How's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good, man.
I just wanted to talk briefly. It was regarding COVID, the one that was really passionate about it.
I'm sorry, you cut out as you said a COVID. You said.
Yeah, I think it
Okay.
was like the guest that was on like 3 guests ago.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
The one that was really passionate about COVID and the
Mhm.
immune system. I was just like thinking. I think what she kind of missed was there were a lot of people that were healthy, like young, healthy people that didn't have any, you know, previous health issues that ended up developing something called long COVID.
This is big.
That I think she missed, and I am actually one of them. So I was.
Dang.
I
So just to
yeah.
put everyone into perspective. So long. Thank you for bringing this up, and thank you for genuinely, because like 30% of people that developed COVID-19 symptoms had like developed long COVID, and just to basically SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. You can have SARS-CoV-2 in your system, but that doesn't mean that you developed COVID-19 symptoms. And just like you can have HIV, but you don't develop AIDS. So, and that's how people asymptomatically spread SARS-CoV-2. And basically, COVID-19 is when you have those viral loads that are bigger than your body can deal with. And we don't understand exactly what long COVID is. We have some papers that are out. Iwasaki is a really good lab that studies long COVID, and basically it's kind of, I mean, as a scientist, it's fascinating, but for you, it's obviously something that you're dealing with. But the COVID is, and the SARS-CoV-2 is like storing itself in the testes, weird ways that it can kind of stay around. We don't really understand it at all, but what can manifest it can manifest as like chronic fatigue syndromes, and it can cause a lot of problems over time. So sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to get that out there.
No. I appreciate you mentioned that. Yeah, so that's actually what happened to me. It's unfortunate. So I actually contracted it. I was part of the first wave of people, September of 2020. And what they found was, so I didn't intentionally get COVID, right? I was at home, and it was a cousin that decided to come over. And at the time, I didn't think much of it, but I was, doing my part, washing hands, social distancing. But they were so adamant on dropping something off. And I caught it from a package. We ended up exchanging some clothes, and I caught it. And it was so unfortunate. But yeah, so since then, my initial infection, it was a mild infection. It wasn't too crazy. And then 6 months later, I noticed I was having breathing problems. Like I couldn't catch my breath. And then basically went to the doctor, got tested, and I developed, I don't know if you heard of dysautonomia.
No, what is it?
Yeah, so basically your body in like a homeostasis position is like, it's breathing, it's digesting, and it's sleeping, like without you thinking about it, right?
Here's the definition. Dysautonomia is a condition caused by a malfunction of the autonomic nervous system, ANS, which regulates involuntary bodily functions such as heart rate, blood pressure, and digestion.
Exactly. And so since then, my body just no longer does that automatically.
Dang.
I have to like manually breathe sometimes.
Oh
They
my
call
gosh,
it,
dude.
it's air hunger. It's such an uncomfortable feeling.
Dude, no
But
way.
in addition to, so as far as sleep goes, I get it's called unrefreshing sleep. So essentially, I can sleep 8 hours and it'll feel like you didn't sleep at all.
Are you doing a
Uh,
CPAP machine?
I went to like a sleep study and it came back normal that like my brain waves were normal and stuff, but it was just the unrefreshing sleep is like I don't hit slow wave sleep, if that makes
Mm,
sense.
dang.
But it was just, yeah, so it was just like one problem after the other. And I was, a very healthy 28-year-old. I literally played high school basketball. I was an athlete, ran cross country in middle school. Like athleticism, everything was there. Everything checks the box. It was just, yeah, when I caught the infection, it completely flipped like my world upside down. And there's a lot of people that I know that I connected to online that
Dang.
developed like some really similar issues. So yeah, it was just like, I was listening to her talk and the whole time I was just thinking to myself, I was like, she's kind of speaking like from a view of ignorance in a way.
Oh, for sure. Of course. Of course.
And yeah, and it was just like, I think a lot of people don't really know, they don't really hear about long COVID because it's like the people that do have it were kind of just like suffering in silence. We were
Exactly.
kind of
No, it's,
putting up
I mean,
with
if we
some-
have 30% of people that have COVID, developing long COVID, I mean, we have millions of people in the United States that have long COVID right now that have brain fog, that have some type of fatigue syndrome. That and people are kind of just, I mean, have you looked into long COVID, the clinics near you?
I did. So
Okay.
I tried to get like referrals and stuff, and I was able to attend some.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's like the issue is that because there's no proven treatment of long COVID, or they don't really know what to test for, right? It's like
Exactly. It's
they
so
can't
new.
do like a blood test of like, oh, okay, let's take your blood, and oh yeah, turns out you're positive for long COVID. It's just like a syndrome at this moment, right? So there's no clear cut what exactly it is. And so it's more just like managing your symptoms. So like they'll give you like it's called low dose naltrexone and
Hmm.
things to kind of just like mitigate your symptoms, but it doesn't really go after the root cause, right? And it's like
Yeah.
because long COVID, it's still in like these early studies phase, right? It's been 5 years since they did. I don't know if you heard like the Recover trials that they're doing right now.
No.
But yeah, it was basically just like this uh, research thing that the administration at the time was like, okay, we're going to dump $1 billion into studying this phenomenon and see what's causing it, and it is still ongoing, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
5 years later, it's like for the people that do have long COVID, we're kind of just, you have no choice, right? You have to continue to live your life. Like time doesn't stop for anyone, but it's like an unfortunate new reality that a lot of us have to put up with. And it's like, it's unfortunate. It sucks. And it's like, it's happened before too. Like, so even when Ebola was happening, there was people that developed post Ebola syndrome.
Hmm.
And so it's like there's people that, although you don't necessarily die or pass away from the disease you contract, you can develop long-term symptoms, right? And it's like it's crazy how in history it's like it's a repeating cycle, right? And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's like I happen to be on the wrong end of that, but yeah, it was just I just wanted to kind of like put that out there for anyone
Yeah.
listening.
No, thank you for bringing that up. It's something that I bring up. I didn't bring it up in that conversation, but I try to constantly because the minimization of the amount of people that died, the 1.2 million people that died from COVID in the United States, which is one of the worst per capita death rates in the entire world. And then on top of that, it's the minimization of what people are currently going through. And I feel awful as a culture that we have minimized those deaths, and we've minimized people that's suffering from long COVID. So I don't know, man. I see you, and I feel for you, and I put in the show notes the latest the latest review from Iwasaki on this, but here's one of the latest reviews so that we can kind of like think about it more academically. But although COVID-19 was originally considered a respiratory illness, it is now well established that SARS-CoV-2 infection can have far-reaching impacts on the nervous system. Neurological symptoms such as chemosensory dysfunction are frequently observed during acute infection, and approximately 10% of COVID-19 cases will go on to develop new or persistent long-term symptoms, a condition known in the literature as post-acute symptoms of COVID-19, PASC, or by the patient coined term long COVID. Common neurological symptoms in long COVID include new onset cognitive difficulties, that's the brain fog, dysautonomia, which is what you're suffering through right now, fatigue, and peripheral neuropathy. That's when you have like tingling or less sensation on your fingers. The emergence of long COVID has prompted renewed interest in the study of post-acute infection syndromes, particularly in the area of neuroimmune interactions. In this review, we provide a comprehensive overview of the current body of literature on the neurological manifestations of SARS-CoV-2 infection and long COVID, with an emphasis on neuroimmune mechanisms drawn largely from autopsy studies in animal models. A more complete understanding of neuroimmune crosstalk in long COVID will not only guide the development of therapies for this highly disabling condition, but also contribute to our general understanding of neuroimmune interactions of health and disease. So it's something that's still, you can tell by that review, right? They're still figuring out how this thing kind of works into the neuro pathway. But I'm thoroughly sorry that you're going through that, and I'm sorry that we haven't done more to try to combat it.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. Like, science takes time, and I understand that it's more important to get it right than to just rush a process, right? And it's like people want answers, but it's like I completely get it, right? It's like, yeah, again, it's more important to be right than to just try to push like try this treatment, try that treatment, right? Like I get it. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of put that out there about long COVID. I was just listening to that lady, I was like kind of like irked by her, but
yeah, me too, man. Me too. Well, thank you for coming up and talking about it. I really appreciate that.
Of course, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thanks, man.
You're helping out a lot of people.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that. All right, have a good one.
You too, brother. Bye.
All right, Mr. Rodney Golds. The queue is empty, guys. If you wanted to jump in, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you tonight?
Good.
So I was just listening to your thing, and it seems like you know a lot about lungs and things like that. Is that right?
No, I'm a microbiologist, so I don't know anything about lungs or mammals. Basically, I do like molecular biology, so I change the genomes of microbes around to try to make them better hosts for different things that we would want, like pharmaceutical drugs and stuff like that. I don't do mammals, but I can learn with you if you have any questions. Maybe we can look it up together.
Well, I have a question, and you may not even be able to answer it, but my question is, how big can a tumor be in your lung before your lung doesn't work?
Oh, dude, I have no idea. I would assume like some type of nodule would be pretty debilitating. I don't know. Let's see what ChatGPT says. How long can a lung nodule be before you die, or it stop working?
I imagine when it stops working, I'm gonna die. So.
Oh, so okay. Dang, dude. So do you think that you have a lung nodule, or do you know you have a lung nodule?
Well, I already know I do. What happened is I have bone cancer, and it has spread to my lungs. And my most recent thing, I'm just gonna read it to you real quick. It says,
okay,
right apical anterior pleural multi something mass slightly increased in size from the most recent prior examination. For example, the most component measured approximately 6.2 by 6.2 centimeters, previously measured 6.2 by 5.3 centimeters. So I guess my first tumor is 6.2 by 6.2, and then the second tumor that I got is 3.4 by 2.5.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
And I've hit the point where like I'm short of breath a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I guess my other question was going to be, if like, eventually I would like start suffocating. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, hopefully, I mean, you could talk to your physician and they give you more palliative care, right? That would transition you more to like keeping you comfortable, you know, or try to remove it. I mean, is it from lung
Well, they
cancer?
already tried to remove it. They removed half of my right lung, the bottom half of it. So I only have half of my lung left. But no, it's not from lung cancer at all.
Oh, dang. So it's already spread. Damn, dude. I'm so sorry.
But I just thought I'd sit on here and wait my turn and ask you. But
yeah, dude. No, whatever you want to talk about, man. Like it's your time. Whatever it is.
well,
how are you
to
feeling?
be completely honest with you, I mean, nervous, scared. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm sorry, dude.
I guess all the normal things that you should feel.
Yeah.
But it's not really that I don't want to talk to you. It's kind of the idea that I'm at work right now, and I just wanted to make it a real quick call. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Hey, you have a great night, and I enjoy watching your videos.
Thanks, man. I'm thinking about you. Okay.
Hey, I appreciate that. Have a good evening.
Have a good one, man. Damn. Hey guys, if you are going through something, you know, I'm sorry, you know. Don't feel like you have to suffer in silence, you know. Sorry. And yeah. So well, okay. All right. Alice, there we have Alice is the only one in queue, so if you wanted to queue up now would be the good time. Alice. Hello, how's it going, Alice?
It's not. I'm battling a kidney infection, but I'm good otherwise.
Fuck. Okay.
Actually, question. My daughter, in 2014, contracted Kawasaki's disease.
Okay, you're cutting in and out. I don't know if it's me or someone else. I can hear you now. I'm sorry. You're cutting in and out, but I can hear you now.
Okay.
The Kawasaki disease?
Kawasaki disease. Yeah. Back in 2014, before obviously, and, there was about it at the time. But then when COVID came up, I noticed, I read that Kawasaki's disease became like, it happened in the kids that caught COVID. And I learned from it affected her cardiovascular system as well.
Yeah, Kawasaki's disease, I just looked it up. Kawasaki's disease is known as Kawasaki syndrome, is a rare illness that primarily affects children under 5. So it's a type of vasculitis, meaning it causes inflammation of the blood vessels. While the exact cause is unknown, it's believed to be an abnormal immune response to an infection in genetically susceptible children. Kawasaki disease is not contagious.
Yeah, she was 3 years old at the time. So actually, let me think about that. Let's see, she was born. So it was 2014. And anyway, it came back up again whenever COVID became a thing. So there was some connection between the two. So I didn't know if you knew anything about how that, because also, COVID affects the cardiovascular system. So when I saw Kawasaki disease also affecting kids that caught COVID, I don't know, what do you know about it? Very rare and new at the time. really have much information to.
Yeah, I
And
think, I
so
mean, especially if
she
it's
has
an
to get her heart.
inflammation disease, I would think that it would be somehow connected to, um, I'd be curious if it's causing, if those cells, sometimes it's like whether or not you have more or less ACE2 receptors on those cells. So I'd be curious if, what it would be. I genuinely, I don't know. I'm not an MD. I'm a PhD. So I am curious if anyone, any of the physicians in chat know more about how, like, but the link between inflammation of blood vessels would be, I guess maybe the blood vessels have more ACE2. But I thought that the lungs are the reason why it's a respiratory disease, because that's where the most ACE2 receptors are. But
her symptoms was just extreme high temperature and a rash around her neck and her hands.
Yeah, that's what it says here. A high fever lasting 5 days, often reaching 102, rash, swollen hands, feet, redness, red eyes, swollen lymph nodes.
Yeah, all that stuff. And at the time, they did a spinal tap on her because they were worried that she had meningitis. And then that came back negative. But they had to isolate her for 5 days to be sure,
Yeah.
And so it was scary, very scary at the time to watch her 3-year-old baby on her birthday get that spinal tap. But then, well, like I said, I didn't hear anything more about it until the COVID thing. So I just wonder the connection between the two. I guess probably that's not maybe your specialty though.
Yeah.
It's just
did it happen? So it happened before COVID, and then did your kid? Was there any type of was there anything like a bad COVID interaction or anything afterwards? Or I'm sorry, I'm not putting them together.
Well, no. In the news, I read that there was this renewal of the Kawasaki's disease. I didn't hear anything more about it, or didn't hear anything before she had it. And then I read the news about these kids catching the Kawasaki's disease, which I'm like, oh wow, that's odd. I wonder, if there's, because at the time here didn't know anything about it really.
It's tough.
I read that they still. I just don't know. I don't know. It seems like
how's
maybe
your kiddo
some
doing
kind
now?
of connection there. She's 17. I guess okay. She did catch COVID, even though she got her initial vaccine and then a boost, and she had a mild case of COVID, but she got her heart checked out, which luckily nothing seems to be. It didn't seem to be doing too much, or any damage to her heart. They could tell, but I mean, I just thought, I wonder where there's that connection, because there was nobody else I ever knew had ever even heard of the thing, and then COVID came, and then you were reading, Kawasaki's disease at that time. So I'm curious to know. I don't know if you knew anything about if there's a connection or what that connection might be. But you said you read it was maybe just a mutation, or let's say
no, that was
a reaction to a virus.
Oh, okay. Iwasaki is one of the main researchers of long COVID. I wasn't saying Kawasaki. Is that what you're thinking? I'm sorry, if I was confusing there. Yeah, I understand. You're saying Kawasaki. Iwasaki is one of the main researchers of long COVID. So that's why I was talking about that.
No. At the beginning of our conversation, you were talking about reading about Kawasaki's syndrome rather than disease, and that it was a reaction to a virus. So maybe she had a type of COVID, and then that would be what made she had a reaction to it. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just weird to me that I never heard anything else before and after until COVID came up about Kawasaki's disease. And then I don't know, some kind of relation to it.
Well, I'm happy that it didn't spiral out and have a problem for the kiddo, though. That's nice. That's good.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I thank you for your time.
No problem.
Just, I've been thinking about that ever since I read the kids catching it, this or contracting that Kawasaki's disease with the COVID going on.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It does have on the Wikipedia, Kawasaki-like disease temporarily associated with COVID-19. In 2020, reports of a Kawasaki-like disease following the exposure of SARS-CoV-2, the virus responsible for COVID-19, emerged in U.S. and Europe. The WHO is examining possible links with COVID-19. This emerging condition was named pediatric multisystem inflammatory syndrome by the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, and multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children by the CDC. Guidance for diagnosis and reporting of cases has been issued by these organizations. Several reported cases suggest that this Kawasaki-like multisystem inflammatory syndrome is not limited to children. There is the possibility of an analogous disease in adults, which has been termed MISA. I think someone in the chat was talking about that. Some suspected patients have presented the positive test results for SARS-CoV-2, and reports suggest intravenous immunoglobulin, anticoagulation, and steroids as potential treatments. So it looks like, this is a good example of why people, even children, should get the COVID vaccine, because it's one way of not exposing people that were genetically predisposed to something like the Kawasaki's disease. So that's, it's a really good example. So.
Yeah, I agree. And I definitely, I'm pro science. I don't want my children to, I want to protect them as best I can. Whenever a teacher, I teach, so really where I taught at, not many. It's ridiculous. It's it's the mindset, which I don't understand, and I know my time's up. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming up with that's a really important thing, guys. Like to talk about the. Thank you again. The idea that it's missaid a lot that kids don't need to get the COVID vaccine, but that's just a great point where we're talking about people that are predisposed genetically to have stuff in like diseases like that. So it's absolutely necessary that everyone gets the COVID vaccine, not just adults and elderly people, and that's an exact reason why. Marcia Mello, how's it going?
Hey there, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I have a question, and this is more of maybe there's someone out in the chat, or maybe like someone.
Okay.
So I have severe abdominal and pelvic adhesions from a hysterectomy from 1999.
Okay.
And it's debilitating.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Like, it gets bad. And the adhesions are wrapped around like the dome of my bladder, my intestines, and my left hip. And they just keep growing. And I have been to so many specialists. I've had so many tests. You wouldn't believe. I've done everything through UT Southwestern in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have good hope for me. And I just know there has to be someone out there who can give me some kind of treatment plan. Like, they just told me to go home and go to bed. Like, because there's no surgery they can do. And
like a debulking surgery? They can't just try to They can't try to cut them out?
No, because they will grow back so fast. They said unless it becomes like it wraps around my bowel too much,
Yeah.
they will go in. But they said like the surgery will cause more problems than not doing anything. And they're starting to grow even a little bit more. And I'm in like pain management for like compassionate care just to keep me comfortable. I'm 54 years old.
It's like palliative
Like,
care.
yeah. So, I mean, I'm 54. Like, I went from having a job, traveling, doing all the things that you do to like going through my savings and having to move home and all these other things. Like, is there anybody out here and this is just where I am, like there's gotta, there was a study at Stanford that they were doing a research on a spray they would put inside of you and it would dissolve, but it got defunded. So I know this isn't your realm, but this is just kind of like one of those, like, I believe in that there's always somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that can help me.
Let's think about so as a molecular biologist, basically we could try to sequence those cells and attack them with gene therapy so that we can kill them specifically. So I'm curious, like, are there clinical trials near you that maybe you could like try to enroll in, or like some type of is there like an anti-cancer National Research Institute near you?
UT Southwestern Dallas is a huge medical center in Texas. Well, and I have some friends at Mayo, and they didn't have any help for me. So I'm willing to go anywhere or try anything, just because, like, I can no longer drive. Like, it's so hard for me to even sit up because those adhesions pull. They're like a sticky substance. Like, you can't really move very well.
Yeah.
It's like my gut, my abdomen is filled with glue. And so I just don't move very well. So if I could be, a little bit more mobile, I know like my mood would improve and I would improve. I just don't move very well because the pain is so bad because those adhesions restrict me.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, I was just wondering if you...
I would look, clinicaltrials.org. Clinical... clinicaltrials.gov.
Okay, I'm going to write that down. Clinicaltrials.gov.
Yeah, so that's where I would go personally if I was in your thing.
Perfect.
Because I'm like, that's where they would have the trials that are listed for different things, and maybe you could try to find a trial near you that you got to just try to advocate for yourself maybe and try to get into one of those.
I'm all about the advocating because I'm not just going to go home and get in bed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm 54. Like, I have
so much left. Yeah.
Totally, man. Yeah. Totally. And I'm sure you can hear it in my voice. Like, I'm like a cool cat,
Absolutely.
And so, like, this is just one of those things, like, you just went, what?
Yeah.
Is this why I'm in so much pain? Are you kidding me? Like, and there's nothing. So I don't believe there's nothing.
I don't think so. Hopefully
so
you can
clinicaltrials.gov.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm gonna go do that right now.
Yeah, and then just put in your what you're suffering from, and then maybe there's some type of trial or something that you could contact, or what hospital it is, and then you can ask like your provider, like, can I get into this, or even honestly, you don't even need to do that. You can just go, right? Because that's you deserve.
Right. And I have Medicare, so I can go. I don't need a whole lot. Okay, well, this is what I've needed.
Okay, awesome.
Clinicaltrials.gov. Okay, I'm gonna go do it right now.
Dude, awesome. All right. I hope you have a good day. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Can you come back and report back how you're doing and
Yeah, I follow you. Yeah, I've been listening to you since you started. So you're really cool, and I dig this kind of stuff, and I'm learning a lot. So
thank you.
it just is, it was just one of those, like, you just know, you have to start asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm just going to ask him.
Yeah.
You never
Yeah, for
know who he
sure.
knows. Okay, clinicaltrials.gov. I'm going to go do it right now.
All right. Good.
Okay.
Nice.
Thank
One
you.
step closer,
Bye-bye.
you know, one step.
Yep. Okay,
All right.
awesome. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, guys, it's been overwhelming, honestly, all of the amazing people that have joined this community so quickly, and like the MDs, PhDs, scientists, or people that are wanting to look into and join science, get involved. Lots of undergrads that are trying to get into grad school, trying to, like grad students that have questions. It's just been unbelievable. This is only like my second week, and all the support and the community for people looking out for other people and chat and advocating for them. And it just means a lot to me that, people are understanding and so supporting of, like, we're just trying to have a real positive community here and try to, improve this space, improve one another. And yeah, I think that that's contagious, right? That can improve your life, hopefully, and we can improve the communities around us. That's what we want, So, thank you so much for supporting it, and being here. Thank you for being here. You don't have to spend any money. You don't have to do any of that. That's not why I'm here. I'm here for this community. So thank you guys. Okay. Oh, awesome. Rock, what's up, dude? Oh, dude, I want to talk to you so bad. Okay. So we got two other people in front of you. So it's going to be like 20 minutes, but dude, I can't wait. Rock is he had some homework. So I can't wait to hear. Oh man, I'm so excited. Okay. Rock, you got to stick around, please. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Light is life. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So, I am going to come at this as from an alternative perspective.
Okay, I'm
So
excited.
I'm a detox specialist. So I don't have a formal what I would say is I am not formally educated with a PhD in what they would deem science as far as a university goes.
Okay.
But by way of having a medical background in my family, so I come from a family of paramedics. My dad's a head nurse at the VA hospital and all that.
Cool.
So I have a
Nice.
science understanding, but I
Okay.
just did not go that direction. I started in veterinarian school and basically dropped out and went the alternative way.
Okay.
So I come at it from a different standpoint,
All right.
where I do believe in terrain versus germ. And I do play with a lot of series of things. So I'm going to connect, I'm laying this foundation because I'm going to connect a lot of, like we'll discuss a lot of things, but it will be in my own terminology because if it's from my understanding, and you will have your own terminology because of what you've been taught from your understanding. So we'll have to kind of bridge the two. And I think if we have patience with that, then we may be able to get somewhere.
Cool. Let's do it.
So
I'm with you.
So basically, in a nutshell, I've listened. So someone shared the live with me.
Oh, cool.
And they basically wanted me to come up and have a conversation just so we can kind of see where we both stand and if there's anything we can learn from each other, because really at the end of the day, that's what we should be doing, right? So
Sure.
I don't know exactly what you do, like what your role is and what you like. I don't know if you work with electrons. I don't know like what you do as far
DNA,
as like
basically. DNA. So
Okay.
I'm a molecular biologist, and so I change genomes inside of yeasts and bacteria in order to make proteins.
Okay. So are you familiar with the role of electrons and the way they function and the atoms and the polarity of it and everything? And none of this is to challenge you in any way.
Yeah,
It's just
I mean, like roughly like electron clouds and stuff like covalent bonds and ionic binding and stuff.
Sure.
So I understand that
No, you're good.
they're
You're
there,
good.
but I don't understand the chemistry of it really, or the physics
You're
of
good.
it.
So basically, the way I believe is that your body has the ability to heal and everything. As far as DNA goes, basically, when you start at it, like it's kind of funny because you can go through physics, you can go through quantum mechanics, you can go through bioengineering and everything, but really light solidifies, and they just started doing this a couple months ago, where we all know electrons are attracted to hydrogen and oxygen, and when they're attracted to water, they start to basically fold. and it's an alchemical process. But basically, in a nutshell, it starts to solidify and starts to turn into amino acids and turns into proteins and basically folds into what we call DNA. So it's kind of funny, but if you look at what like vortex mechanics is, what your DNA is structured is out of light. And I think if you can understand that, or maybe we can come to the term that your body is basically a bunch of solidified crystals, it's piezoelectricity. You look up bones or fascia or any kind of collagens or your muscles, all of that is crystalline in structure. And and I'm just giving this to you because I'm just going to give you my explanation of why I understand the body heals the way it does, and why I think both stances are important by way of science. Because I would never say that science doesn't have a role. It's very necessary, but I do think that nature has a role too, and I think it's necessary as well. And I'm just here to give an alternative way of understanding from a holistic perspective. And maybe you could even help bridge the two in your science and maybe come up with more that would be, helpful for you in your studies along with me. This is me gaining information from you as well. So I'm not hot-headed or I'm very humble. So please don't take it as that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah. So basically in a nutshell, everything is particulates, and that is by way of atoms, and atoms have a polarity, right? So there's they basically say mass attracts mass. So the more the electrons are attracted to the center of the nucleus, the more they can actually gather mass, which is actually light folds. Again, the more you have the hydrogen available and light, then it folds in and it creates more of an electron response, which gives an opposite polarity. So therefore, AKA, you would remove anything from your body from the opposite polarity or detox. So all I'm saying is that in a nutshell, a lot of these things can be this is why someone would define nutrients as such an important role, because if you allow your body to intake what we would call nutrients, whether it's supplements, pharmaceuticals have their certain chemical process, right? And so do herbs, that basically in a nutshell, if you eat more, consume more nutrients, then you're upping your electric potential of your body. And therefore that would be what you would define as an immune system. And at the end of the day, that does give your body the ability to heal and repel anything, whether it's by way of parasites or toxins. So that's kind of my understanding. So even a few people who have advocated as far as having self-knowledge or being able to take care of themselves, I would just be very careful on not giving the body more credit than what it deserves, because I think we're playing too much with it and not fully understanding it. And from science perspective, a lot of these doctors who basically joined the universities and started being able to give a narrative and teach people, you have to understand that also started at some point with a narrative, right? So I think we should just be more open-minded when we bridge the gap between understanding nature and also science, because science has used nature, including pharmaceuticals, to basically realkaline or redefine what chemicals are for their way of pairing them with an organ to heal.
So I guess my first question would be, like, why was the human life expectancy so low in so few years when we had the least processed foods, right? Like, I mean, we're talking 50,000, 100,000 years, even up to like 10,000, up to 200 years. I mean, ago, the life expectancy was like 30 to 35. So if the body can like heal and self-heal and all that kind of thing, why are they dying so young?
So my definition, or the way that this process takes place, is that I'm a biblical person. I'm from a biblical perspective, so I don't believe in evolution. I do believe that everything is done the way it's done. It has been done. We haven't seen anything mutate or change or alter. So I just come at it from a different perspective. But what I will say is that no matter what walk, even right now, we have people completely unaliving, right? I guess we can use that term, or passing away at a very early age too. So in every aspect of life, we have certain cases where there's toxins that have been introduced into the environment, and people have resulted, as far as their health, being degraded because of that. So first, we would have to go back and say what toxins were in the environment at that time. What was introduced to? I mean, and as far as GOV, we all know that even military, they've been conducting experiments, right?
The government, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the GOV. As far as
okay,
I mean, they've conducted experiments, and we've had even presidents come out and be apologetic for it, right? So we know that there is many circumstances where there is toxins introduced to the environment that the everyday people are not aware of, and there's documents going back to, I mean, hundreds of years ago. So I mean, we don't know what the constituent was at that time for them to be, a response to that alchemically.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense? I mean, is that not fair to say?
How do you know? Like, what evidence are you looking for when you're like seeing whether or not something is healthy, like in order to eat?
Well, so obviously I don't have like a university where I take my food to every day and, basically see the potential of the electric rate of it. I mean, we all know that. I mean, do you know that doctors and stuff in universities, they have an ability to check the biofield of an actual food, and they've come out with pictures and stuff to see what's alkaline and what's not, as far as the potential.
The biofield? I don't understand what you mean by biofield.
Yeah, so basically the electrical potential. Like, do you understand? Okay, do we agree that you're an electrical being?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know if you're an electrical being, what you're looking for is a high electrical conductive situation, right? Like that would be the ultimate goal, was to be highly conductive or highly electrical, right? So you'd be functioning at like max capacity, right?
Not necessarily. There's a lot of nonpolar molecules that exist.
Yeah. Like there's dipolar, like, I get all that. But I mean, the idea of it, I'm just being in a general statement for your audience too, not to like go in deep dive into stuff. But I mean, we all know that there's different polarities depending on the actual substrate of what we're talking about, whether it's trees, people, I mean, whatever. So basically, in a nutshell, I mean, so I'm looking for the polarity rate, and really what it is the more you have, as far as the tight have you ever heard the term like water has memory?
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff is really, really disproven. But I respectfully, there's like two other people in thing that I want to talk to you. Like, if you wanted to rejoin, I would love to talk to you more. It's just that I need to go through.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Well, genuinely, I would please rejoin, and I want to continue if you have time.
Yeah. So, just a quick question. So, do you want me to rejoin now to be back in the queue, or
yeah. I just said there's two other people, so it'd be like 20 minutes totally if you just request to join, and then you could go away and and then come back. Okay. Cool. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, Rock, you got Tina, and then I'm bringing you in, dude. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Hi, Tina.
I'm not no big scientist or anything like that.
Yeah, me neither.
I just want to know, with all these advances in medicine, why can't they cure hypothyroidism? And why can't they use stem cells or something to attack the messenger to, to stop the attack? You know what I'm saying? Like the messenger cell?
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to deliver a lot of gene therapy drugs, to, it's just hard to target those. And then now we do have technology now that can see, like, when you're a gene therapy and you're trying to bind to messenger RNA, for example, how do you know which cell to go into? And basically cells have like little flags on the outside of them that we can now recognize with molecular techniques, and we can figure out like, oh, this is what this is what that is, and we can like insert therapies into that case. But before, like 10 years ago with CRISPR, it was really, really hard to do that. And then on top of that, you don't only need to change those cells, but you need to change all the cells in the area at the same time. So there's just a lot of cells, and it just requires a lot of binding.
Okay, because I don't see a lot of or hear, I should say, I don't hear a lot of research done
Mm-hmm.
for hypothyroidism. And there's like all these leaps and bounds in other areas of medicine to cure things. But,
Mm-hmm.
thyroid, you don't really hear too much new stuff or.
Yeah, let's check it out right now. Condition right now. I went to clinicaltrials.gov and let's see if there's any human trials. I genuinely don't know. Hypothyroidism. Okay, so there's
I have
hypothyroidism primary in pregnancy, surgery, or in diabetes. Which one do you want to look in?
I have Hashimoto's.
Hashimoto's.
But it's not thyroiditis. I mean, I don't.
Do you have Hashimoto thyroiditis?
But that's temporary, right? I've had this for like over 30 years.
But you said Hashimoto thyroiditis?
Yeah, that's what I was. Well, I was told just Hashimoto's, but I guess Hashimoto's thyroiditis.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's any.
I thought thyroiditis was a temporary condition, and I've had it for over 30 years. So.
Okay, we got. Let's see here. Well, I can put this. I'll put this in the show notes if you want to check it out. Let's put that there. Let's see. So we got a study, 2 studies completed, one in Turkey. Turkey in 2024 that just got done. We got Istanbul doing one in 2013. The effect of hydroxychloroquine treatment on Hashimoto's. I don't know how good that's going to be in 20. That was actually in 2011 to 2013. Wow, that's really interesting. It's interesting. So there's stuff. Elevation of the effect of gluten-free diet and Mediterranean diet on Hashimoto's. That was in 2023. So that's cool. So I think that they do have some that are. Let's see. There's actually one enrolling by invitation. This one is. Oh, it's in China, so you can't get in that one, unfortunately. Probably.
No.
Yeah. So it is happening. It's just kind of like it's hard to stay abreast of like what all the stuff that's happening at once. But it's kind of cool that they're going. So with a study with results. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I was just saying hydroxychloroquine. It was just, there's a lot of studies going and applying hydroxychloroquine to everyone. It's just ironic considering the pandemic. Preoperative steroids in autoimmune thyroid disease. Oh, this might be good for you. This is in 2023 at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. There you go.
Okay.
So here we go. This is this pilot project will randomize a small sample of patients to undergo surgery for their autoimmune inflammatory thyroid disease and determine if a short course of prednisone alters the inflammation of the gland and makes surgery less difficult. So they're looking into that as a mechanism. That's kind of cool.
I've been on prednisone a lot because I have lots of allergies to antibiotics and whatever, and I still have thyroid disease. So.
Yeah, well, it could still be helping, right? It could still, even though it's it's not curing you, but you could still be making it a lot better.
Yeah, but then the long terms of steroids also destroys your organs, right? Or inflames them.
But maybe those impacts are less than what it's curing, kind of thing. It's kind of like a.
I just don't understand why they can't just, turn whatever genetic switch that was turned on.
Because they would have to basically change every cell that you have in order to change that genetic switch. So it'd be really hard. If you were if you were still in like the sperm and egg form, then like we could change the genomes a lot easier, just as you were like being created. But it's once you've been grown into a full human, it's really hard to like change all the genomes of all your human cells.
Yeah, that's true. Did you see, and this is, I don't want to take up all your time. This is the last thing. Did you see in Japan where they took out the, I don't know, whatever causes Down syndrome?
Yeah, there was the Chinese, or I think it was the I didn't see that, but that is interesting.
It's in Japan. They went in and they took whatever causes, whatever gene or whatever it is that causes Down syndrome. They took it out.
Interesting.
I just seen that the other day, so
that's cool.
I don't know sure
Thanks for letting me know. I had no idea. Let's see. Let's talk about it. Japan, Down syndrome breakthrough. Okay, dude, you're right on. It's coming up right now. June 19th.
Position.
Dude, this is awesome. Here we go. Look at you. You're bringing science news to me. This is incredible. Thank you. Here we go. A team of Japanese scientists has achieved a significant breakthrough in Down syndrome research by successfully removing the extra chromosome, the number 21, in human cells using CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology. That's what I was talking about that could help you with gene therapy. This innovative approach, first published in PNAS Nexus, demonstrated the ability to restore normal cell function and gene expression in lab-grown cells, offering the potential for future genetic therapies. So they're doing that at the cell tissue culture stage, which is the part that I was saying was kind of the easy part. They didn't do it like with someone, a child or something. You know what I mean? It's like more more differentiated, as someone says. Once the extra chromosome was removed, the cells exhibited and restored normal gene function expression levels and improved cellular function. They showed an increased survival rates, faster growth, and reduced levels of harmful byproducts, which are reactive oxygen species. That's cool. Significance. This research demonstrates the potential of gene editing to address chromosomal abnormalities. That's really cool. Dude, thank you for bringing that to the stream. Look at you. This is incredible.
And I'll drop with that so other people can come up.
All right. Hey, if you're welcome anytime. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, Rock.
Hey, Dr.
Rock,
Grant.
what is up, dude? I'm so happy that you joined. How's it going?
Thank you. It's going well.
Good. Nice, dude. How was the homework?
It was good. So today, I woke up a little early, walked to Starbucks, got some coffee, but decaf coffee.
Nice. Look at you doing full decaf.
Yeah,
dude, you're so brave, man. Good for you.
Thank you. I did practice scikit-learn. Couldn't start PyTorch, but I got these books. Let me show you. Got these books.
Nice, dude.
I read a little bit of this book, but this page kind of made me cry a little. But I was in a Starbucks, so couldn't it was a little emotional,
oh wow.
Yeah, so it's a really good book.
Cool.
The Freedom of Forward, and once I get done with this, I will start reading this one.
Okay, cool, man. Look at you.
A little bit of scikit-learn.
Oh, nice. Is that your Jupyter notebook?
It was good.
Oh, it is. Look at that.
It was good. Yeah.
Cool, man.
It was a good day.
Good.
Overall.
Dude, I'm so happy for you. Nice, man.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, but it was overall a good day. Tomorrow I have to move to St. Charles for my second research Argonne National Laboratory. I'm excited.
Dude, a national lab is no joke. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's gonna be my second, summer internship.
Nice, man.
Today kind of discovered or kind of realized that there's always gonna be negative thoughts and things that might make me feel sad and all, but I should kind of learn to not think about it. And sometimes we can't stop our mind, right?
Yeah.
But at least we can get ourselves distracted by something else.
Yeah, man. You know what's crazy is that dude, I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you. That is so cool. It's weird. It's it's through evolution in our frontal cortex. We evolved to have those negative thoughts, and it's I have them where I'm driving down the freeway and I'm like, oh, what would happen if I, drove into the median, but then my brain thinks, oh, that would be bad and you'd kill yourself. So don't do that, So it's kind of like we've evolved a philosophy and all these ways of thinking, but then it kind of like has that little, monkey in the code, right? Where it kind of messes everything up. So it makes you rethink and kind of set yourself right. And I think that's, it's kind of a byproduct of our evolution, but those thoughts should never be intrusive, I think is the medical term, where now you're like acting on them. But yeah, dude, there's totally normal to have. I have them too. And I think that you can just, that's the power of like positive thinking and like kind of pushing yourself and being like, no, you know what, we can do this. It's okay. And making those small steps forward. And I think that's the, dude, that's the move. I'm so happy for you. Sorry, are you?
Thank you.
What time are you getting up tomorrow? What time are you going to bed?
Actually, I'll. But
I'm sorry, you dropped out. What'd you say?
I don't feel tired,
Okay.
So I may go to bed maybe in an hour or so.
Okay.
I may actually I'm planning. I've been thinking about watching, Wednesday, that Wednesday, on Netflix. I'll watch, an episode of that, and then I will go to bed. But yeah, today when I was in a Starbucks, I felt like, I was sometimes, I feel like maybe people are staring at me or talking about me or laughing at me or judging me or things like that. But that is like, I understand that is not true. And people are minding their own business, and it's me perceiving them incorrectly. So I've been kind of working on that too. So the plan is to just focus on myself and my goals, and just try to enjoy every moment. And actually, when I go to St. Charles, I will make sure to go to downtown as well, not to just
nice, man,
work and stay in my room. So I'm planning to go to downtown, kind of discover cafes, some nice place to get some ice cream and stuff.
Sick.
So yeah, I feel better,
Good, man.
So
nice, dude. Dude, I'm so happy for you. Well, dude, your support means so much to me. Actually, you're my first subscriber ever. So it's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. And I actually, you inspired me to really, so I because I wanted to make a Discord so that we could, stay better in touch with the subscribers, and then helping people out. So in the Discord, I want to do, and for all the subscribers, do basically career and networking, and helping you apply for jobs, helping you do a CV, whatever it needs to be. We can do mock interviews, coaching, motivation, discipline building, that kind of stuff. Because, I truly believe that motivation and discipline is it's a muscle that you have to use, and you can't just, you're not born with it. Nobody's born with it. You just got to keep exercising that in small ways and keep pushing forward.
That is so true.
And then and then you can also suggest articles there too. So I would love if we talked and you could put in some articles or something from data science, especially because I'm curious about LLMs and everything. So I would love to go through that with you. And we can kind of go through the texts and graphs and stuff. TikTok doesn't really like when I show PDFs and papers. So that'd be just really cool to do that.
Yeah, I would love to do that, because I've got a lot of stuff to share. This might so actually I've got some great news as well. So this is research I did last summer.
Oh, dude, is that your poster?
Yeah. My mentors are from Harvard University, MIT, Georgia Tech. So they were some, really,
dude,
from Big Ten. It
was
on a process procedure called frontal polymerization, which is like most energy efficient way to produce polymers of dicyclopentadiene, COD, and stuff to get like really strong, solid, things.
Dude.
But the good news is, I'd love to share these, but the good news is that I just checked my email and I received this notification that I won another scholarship,
dude,
which is gonna help me a lot.
Let's go.
That is,
dude. I'm so proud. Dude,
Look,
you're killer, man. It's like you're doing so well, man. You're thriving right now. It is so awesome.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that we have that now we have a chance to like work more on some other skills, for instance, like leadership skills, like communication, leadership, and also like interviews and stuff, interviews preps and stuff. Because for a long time, I used to like wear this mask and like pretend to be like brave and like all of that. I used to wear this mask and like go to like interviews and apply for jobs and stuff, and I used to like get them. But after a long time, I realized that instead of like wearing a mask and pretending, why shouldn't I actually work on in those areas to like really improve and like really be myself, and not to, like just pretend that I'm very good at something.
Dude, I still, dude, it's like fake it till you make it is totally real. Like I have like imposter syndrome constantly, as soon as like you have a PhD or something, it's like, oh my gosh, do I really should, nothing changes, man. Like you're the same person. You just wake up and then now you have a PhD and you're like, wait, it's like the worst, most lame thing. It's kind of like your birthday or something where it's a big milestone and you're like, I don't feel any different, and it's just wild. But dude, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you joined and that you're killing it. I feel you're doing so well, man. You're thriving. You're doing such awesome science too. Like, what do you plan on doing? Like, I'm assuming that you're an undergrad still. You're a master's student?
Yes, I'm undergrad student.
Wow. Are you doing posters like that? You have to be going for a PhD, right?
Yeah, my plan is so I want to like within 2 years of college, by the time I graduate, I want to find like-minded people to kind of build my own startup using AI-powered devices to provide services for other companies. That is the goal. But if I couldn't like succeed in that, I will go for masters and PhDs.
Dude, well, go just go straight to PhD. Don't do a master's. Master's is going to cost you money, and you can you just go straight to PhD. There's no reason.
Yeah, that would be great. I think our school has those kind of program that you can actually go straight to PhD. So I will look into
dude,
that.
I mean, Duocracy, I mean, with his name, who is Dr. T. He's a comp sci PhD. I mean, dude, can you network? Can we, can we do a little, Dr.
Great.
T?
I have LinkedIn.
Yeah, dude.
I will share my LinkedIn. I will definitely, send you my link. That would be great.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to anything by that, but yeah, dude, that'd be so cool.
Thank you. So the moral of the story to like always, stay positive and hopeful. And there's someone I saw this on the internet that stay one more day. Also, I'm like now trying to like kind of balance my life, like my professional work and personal life. There should be a balance, and try to like learn how to like how to like have fun and like really enjoy my life, and not to like always be like chasing something, but to also like take a break and to enjoy breaks, because I find myself like sometimes like hating weekends, and I just want to like just stay busy, and I think that also like really negatively impacts my mental health.
Well, Dr. T, I would love to like have you on. Maybe if Rock can make it or not, we could like record. I could like a video and I could send it to him or something like that to like questions about like a computer science PhD, because it's actually one of the things I have questions about myself. Like about. So anyway, if you're available anytime, like for any of my lives, I would love if you came up. But however we could, yeah, I would just love to talk. I'd love to have like panels of people like where we're asking questions like that and improving everyone's kind of knowledge about the space that I'm curious, like what does a computer science PhD do in consideration of all the different progress that's being made outside of the research space? Like it'd be so interesting. So anyway, dude, well, Rock, thank you so much, dude. I'm so happy.
Well, thank you. I should thank you. I think you really saved my life. The other night, I had like what is called my 13th reason, and I felt like no one really cares, and until I joined your life, and you cared, you
Thanks,
listened.
man.
And I think
Thank
I
you,
was
man.
like really in bad situation, and I just
dude.
needed to talk, and that helped me a lot. 13th reason is just so funny. Have you watched the series, Netflix series called 13 Reason Why?
No, I haven't. What is it?
So there was a kid, right? He was bullied and stuff, and he had like 13 reason, and the 13th reason was the last reason, just to ask for help, but no one cared. And last night I was like that. I felt like it was dark time, but I'm really glad that I joined, and
me too, man.
So thank you so much. I'm not gonna take more time of yours. So just want to
dude, you're awesome, man. I feel happy to know you, bro. I'm so I feel like I can learn so much from you, and I'm so like excited. Honestly, it's so cool. It feels like we're like just beginning to, and I can't wait to learn like computer science and what you're doing and all about your projects, because I'm really curious about that space. So I can't wait to pick your brain about it and learn from you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Cool, man. Well, have a good night. Get some sleep, okay? Go to bed. I think that might be one of the problems, right? We're trying to get to bed early so you can get up, and especially since you're going to the national lab tomorrow. So like that'd be so cool.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, sweet, man. Dude, thank you so much. Whoops. Oh shoot. I'm so light is life. I'm so sorry. Can you request again? As I was disconnecting him, he disconnected before, and there you go. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're
cool.
Good.
How's it going? So okay, so when you left, dude, isn't Rock awesome? He's such a cool guy.
Oh yeah, no, listen, at any time in life where we are able to help someone out, I mean, that's our goal, no matter who it is. And people do that. I don't care if you're, someone in just, functioning every day and helping someone, or absolutely, like we all have our roles that we play. So yeah, that's awesome.
Sure. Yeah, it's so cool.
So, I'm excited for him.
So when we were talking about like the memory of water experiments, right? Where
yeah. Well, I'll say this: there's a lot of science that goes behind it, and I'll also say this really fast. Like the things that I'm saying are not deemed like the same definitions you would use in science. So even going back through the comments, it's just really unfortunate that people don't understand how the body works and how it's formulated. I mean, basically every cell in an oxidative stress state is the ROS potential, right? And they don't even understand why they take an antioxidant, right? So an antioxidant is what? Removing the oxidative stress. It's actually removing free radicals and repairing the electrons. So when they mock people, it's just really unfortunate. Instead of taking the time to like listen to someone and learn, they just deny or denounce. So what I will say is thank you, because I'm not using your terminology for giving a platform for I don't know who Sad Guru is. I'm not even saying that correctly, but I have no clue who that is. But sorry, it was for the comment. So so what we're talking about is water memory, and water memory has a lot of science behind it. And it's not that water holds memory. Water is just the potential, which is what your body is basically anywhere, depending on the hydration level, 60 to 75% your water, right? So water is just a modality for the electrical conductivity of your body. That's just all it is. Light has memory, not water. And
how does the memory go into the electron conductivity then?
So what electrons are light in itself. Like if you go to the building blocks of life, and everything starts with a hydrogen element, right? So and not to challenge you on it, but everything, even so when I was talking earlier about electrons, that's basically light folding into, it binds with, if you ever want to look into it, so basically light is attracted to electrons. Sorry, light and electrons, it's light here, is attracted to oxygen and hydrogen. So what produces electrical conductivity is the fact that it's, it's light within itself. So like light is photons, like that's what electrons are. So no matter if you get it from plants, which we would use as nutrients, or, how you grow your food, or, any of that, that's basically what it comes down to, is that we're light beings. I mean, that's, and then it just solidifies the water.
How are we, like, what's a memory then? Because you're saying that water has memory, and memory that and water is from folded light. So, and then if these are electrons, then the electrons are
I'm generalizing this. I'm generalizing it. There's a huge pattern. Like it all starts with like so I'm putting together a lot of like quantum mechanics, bioengineering, physics. There's a lot of things that I'm kind of putting together. So I'm just generalizing it so we don't like go down a whole university topic of like defining and breaking everything down and connecting it all. But basically all I'm talking about is that people don't understand that it's not buzzwords. These are actually coherence of an electron is actually a hexagonal shape that all your atoms take shape and form of when they bind with hydrogen. And even so, if you look up are you familiar with Dr. Gerald Pollack?
No, let's check it out. Gerald Pollack.
Yeah, so I think it's Pollack. So basically he talks about a fourth phase of water, and how when he's very careful with the words he uses because it's not mainstream. So he talks about like transmutation, but basically in a nutshell, what they do is they work with atoms, and how they have found that when you take in nutrients in your body, it basically starts to solidify. And what they've seen at around every atom is what they call a four-phase water. And it creates a hexagonal formations, and there's millions. I mean, this is such a I don't know if you call it micro level. It's so minuscule that it's just thousands of layers of basically solidified. They call it basically electrons binding with hydrogen. So it's what they call it. It's four-phase water. So it's a very dense water that's around every atom. And what they've also found with a few scientists that he works with, he's a bioengineer. And what they found is when you actually apply light to this area, it grows in strength and permeability greatly. And the number one wavelength they found was infrared light.
Okay.
And so that's also the importance of why we get sun, whether it's sun in the morning or in the evening. That's where infrared light is the most permeable, because it's not, it's basically the longest wavelength. So your cells are taking them in to begin your circadian rhythm, like morning and night. And that's just because it works on your atoms at like very molecular level. So, this isn't what your mainstream, like all your people in here, they may not understand a lot of this, but this is science. This is everything I talk about is science backed.
Yeah.
So when I said that water has memory, it's just the potential of it.
I guess like I'm confused. Like I think that you're like dancing around like mechanisms and stuff, and I'm not doubting that they're even real. Like, but I guess my question is like, how are you proving these, like with experiments? So falsificationism, like in Karl Popper, is a really interesting philosophy of science idea, and it's basically that like if you aren't testing something that can be falsified, you're not actually making a provable scientific claim. And I feel like a lot of these, you're right in that like photons exist and electrons exist and light exists, but how are we actually testing these hypotheses and proving them false?
So none of them have been proven false because this is all science from your university studies. I mean, even
Yeah, but
Dr.
that's the
Gerald
problem
Pollack,
though.
that's
Like,
from University of Washington.
so that's kind of the problem, is that like hypotheses are proven false all the time. And
Yeah,
that's
but these aren't hypotheses. These are science-backed studies.
I know, well, but you're right. But the claims that
And they're
you're
peer reviewed
making,
too. In y'all's definition, I mean, they're peer reviewed,
yeah, that's
right?
fine.
So
I'm just saying that like you're, it's the extrapolation of like, electrons exist, water exists, the hexagonal shapes of water exists that
yeah, but
creates the
I'm
ice,
just
but
building.
then now all of a sudden it has memory, and it's like, well, how is that tested? That's what I'm like, that's the leap that I'm like, that's where I don't understand.
So that's why I was just gonna say it. It sounds woo woo, right? But what it does is it basically can hold an electrical current, and everything, like even in your science. So I mean, you know how pharmaceuticals are conducted, right? Like how they get the constituents of it,
Yeah,
and
but like
how they play a role chemically
imagine
with an
an
organ.
experiment. Okay, let's think about a thought of experiment, right? Okay, so you have two things of water. And you electrozap one, and then you leave one alone, and let's say you electrozap it to the point that you completely evaporate it, and you've created not water, but you've changed it into the gas form, and then you collect
Yeah, that
that
would be
gas,
like
and
max
then you
entropy. Yeah, yeah,
condense
yeah.
that down, and then now so you have the same water molecules before and after evaporation versus the one that you left alone. Like, what memory is there going to be on the one that you zapped? How would you prove that memory?
Well, first and foremost, if you zap it, by the way, I don't know if you're talking about ionizing, but if you zap it at its max potential where the gases are no longer in it, then it would be considered dead water because it wouldn't hold any kind of permeability for electrons. So like it wouldn't hold any. I mean, gases are a formulation of light. So you like your noble gases, like your krypton. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but we're just talking about the water now. So we're
Well, the
evaporating
water
some water,
itself, that's
and
what I'm
then
saying. The
we're
water
leaving the
itself
other
doesn't.
water like going away, and then but now it's dead in water. See, now water's alive. See what I'm talking about? Like, how is water
No, it is.
alive?
It's called dead water. Like, have you ever seen when I know my time is getting ready to be up again,
It's
but
okay.
she's absolutely not making sense. It's really
It's
sad
okay.
that people don't understand this.
I'm just talking to you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're good. So, so what we would do you know the difference between spring water and um oh my gosh. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
why
like,
I'm saying this word right
yeah,
now,
but spring
but
water mean like with microbes in it, or
well, spring water would have the constituents from the ground, right? So it would contain the elements of the ground, right?
I mean, not necessarily. You could remove everything but the molecule, the
Yeah.
water
No, I'm just
molecule.
saying spring water that comes out of the ground before you put it in a distiller, right? And you have distilled water. So distilled water would be what we would call like dead water, and that's why they use it a lot for detoxification because it's looking to seek electrons. So it'll help remove minerals from your body.
Okay, so
That's why they use distilled water for detoxification.
let's go back to the thought experiment again. So we had the two bodies of water, one that we just leave alone, that's our negative control, and then one we're evaporating, and then we're condensing that water back to it, and now it's dead. So then how would you there's no minerals in any of them. None of them have any type of salt or anything like that. It's just pure water in both. We take distilled water and pour them in both, and then we evaporate it, and then we bring it down. How would you test whether or not it's dead or not? Or how would you see the memory of the water that you've evaporated?
So I don't know what they do in their science studies because I have not done this. I've just looked at the studies on it. So basically in a nutshell, if there is no electrons in there or light or gases, however you want to define it, then it's not electrically conductive. So therefore it cannot hold.
So that's how you would do it. You would have an electrical conductance on the one that on one of them, but not the other one.
Yeah, I mean, it also shows the alkaline, right? Like the alkaline potential of it. So like the potential for it to create oxygen.
But it doesn't have any. It doesn't have anything else in it. It would just be like it wouldn't have any. It would just be distilled water.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be electrically conductive. What we would
Correct.
deem it as is dead water. Right. Exactly. So if you hold, like, let's say if
so then
you
so then you're
applied-
saying that the water doesn't have any memory. It would be the
That's
salts
exactly what
that
I'm
are in
saying.
it.
It's the light that's in it, or the electron potential. Exactly. It's whatever's bound to the hydrogen potential. But if you remove it, then there's no water and there's no memory in it at all. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so then you're saying salt has memory, not water.
Well, you can use salt as a constituent. Absolutely. Yep. It would create a conductive situation.
Okay, so
you can use salt, or you can use herbs, right? You can take just fruit in itself and put it in water, and that holds nutrients, right? So
yeah,
that's what they use fruit for, especially for detoxification or like nutrients in the body. In fact, a lot of workers who used to work out in the land and stuff would eat fruit to hydrate themselves faster because it would be full of electrons. So it would pull the water into your cells to create a hydration at a faster rate than it would, with like drinking water. And even when workers are having like heat stress, how they hydrate faster is actually how they even have heat stress is the imbalance of electrolytes, right? So we would talk about the salinity of your body. So you have too much, it would be the offset of salt and water. So if you're drinking a ton of water, you add salt to it, then you wouldn't have the ability to overhydrate or drink too much water where it throws your body off. That's what electrolytes are for.
Yeah,
I know
you're talking things that do make sense. Like I understand I'm following your process, your line of questioning and stuff. I'm just like, I don't know how to test them with hypotheses, and then you can test them. So that's where I'm kind of like getting stuck up. And I like to just like really make it as simple as possible, and then remove one variable and then see what happens. So like if water has memory, then evaporating it and then condensing it, you should be able to see and test that memory somehow with the distilled water. Like it shouldn't have to be some type of electrical conductance, or because they would both be the same because it was distilled water, but there would have to be some type of memory that would be stored inside the electrons of the water. And you're saying that that's not happening.
No. So I think, so basically in a nutshell, if you have distilled water and you have spring water, and let's say you play a song, and then if you freeze both of them, one will have a certain pattern versus the other one.
Well, yeah, because it's wouldn't they have? Well, because water freezes pure, so like that's the thing, is that all the minerals and stuff aren't going to be inside the frozen parts of it. But some of them do actually. That's what ice core sampling and the pollens and stuff do.
I was trying to process what
but they do. But you realize that though, right? Like a salt lake, like you will have salt forming, and then the salt crystals drops down, and then the water that's underneath it is actually more salty because of the ice forming on top.
Correct. No, I completely get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And also even between your lakes and the salt water, right? Your oceans, like they play a role with the sun and the moon because of the conductivity of it, right? So I don't know if you knew that, but either way,
I thought it was the gravity. Here's my point.
I don't know if it's like what I'm saying to all of this is, okay, so people in the chat don't understand that your body is electrically conductive. Do you understand? Can we agree on that again?
Yeah, of course. Your body's going to have like some type of electrical conductance. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that I just don't want, when your body is created in a way it is where it has the potential to heal on its own by way of just removing the ROS capability. That's why PEMF works on many circumstances. Hyperbaric chambers work on many circumstances because you're realigning the electrons, right? That's the whole point of it. And so I'm just saying, at the end of the day, I would not dismiss people who have claimed that herbs have given the potential of healing, or any other substrate that someone has used outside of mainstream media. Because even as far as science goes, they use their own plants from the Amazon to create their own crystalline structures for formulating pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I'm really of the
the
opinion that like there's no such thing as alternative medicine. You just have medicine that works, and then it gets adapted, and then there's everything else. So it's just like, if it works in science, it's provable by science, then it's used in science.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying is that in your industry, I see how I think I think the problem is a lot of it's compartmentalized.
Okay.
So like you do well at your job, really, really like that's your job, right? Is
Sure.
to have one study that you're doing and you're doing it very well. So therefore you can pass it on. And there's a series of events that happens that creates an outcome.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they just don't know how to connect all of the ability. So I work with veterinarians. I work with doctors. One of my best friends is a doctor. So it's not that I'm unfamiliar with mainstream science. It's just the fact that I just want people to have an open mind when it comes to the opportunity
but
that
honestly
nature has
though,
to
like
offer.
but really though, I mean, like, do you really think that you have an expert level understanding of quantum mechanics, bioengineering, chemistry, like all these things that you're talking about? Like those are people like spend their entire lives studying 1% of quantum mechanics, and you're using it in order to justify a lot of different things.
Well, I've been able to connect some things, but so have they, right? So like a lot of the stuff that I learn is first of all from observation. So I'm a detox specialist myself. So I do, like I said, I do work in this industry productively, right? So we do see an outcome. So it's not that I am just spouting off things that I don't know about. And in any way, shape, or form did I never say that I am like all knowing and that I am dismissing someone's study that they would literally spend 40 years in diving into one thing very well. I hope I did not give that indication that I'm coming on here saying that I know all.
No, but
All
I'm
I'm
just saying,
doing
like
is that
you're basically using these mechanisms of, you know, a lot of different fields of science, and you're linking together these threads that are like
but they're all
really,
linked
really.
together. That's the thing.
I mean, well, exactly. You're saying that they are really well put together, and that's the thing, is that like they're not necessarily provable. All these things linking
No, they're
together.
provable. All of these things that I've talked about, even red light therapy. Dr. Michael Hamblin,
Yeah.
I mean, he talks about red light therapy. I think he has like 700 something peer review studies. In fact, they've deemed it that it actually works now. So NASA actually uses red light therapy for their astronauts. Military uses red light therapy for wound healing. They deemed it scientifically now. It's called photobiomodulation. So, I mean, we know these things work. Just some people, they don't connect. They'll say it's indirectly related, not connected, right? It's not directly connected. It's indirectly connected, the way the science deems it. So it's just unfortunate that people are so compartmentalized that they haven't been able to connect a lot of the things and then basically dismiss when what nature has to offer is exactly what we're using nature in itself anyways, right? Like everything we use is trying to redefine nature or figure out how it even works.
Yeah.
So, I mean, really at the end of the day, like I don't know, I see a lot of people coming on here that have like a pretty simple solution. And if you even look at what COVID is and the long-term COVID of oxidative stress, people have been able to remove long-term COVID from putting, I don't know if there's different modalities, whether you use glutathione, that's your highest antioxidant that's produced out of the liver, whether it's NAC, whether it is, methylene blue, which it's a synthetic. I don't believe in that, but they still use it. I mean, all these different modalities, basically in a nutshell, they've used it to remove the ROS potential of a cell. And the degradation of a cell is it's oxidative stress. So what are you trying to do when you heal a cell? Aren't you making it basically correcting the electron potential and repairing them so they can go back into the correct spin?
I mean, not necessarily. So reactive oxygen species at concentrations, like lower concentrations, are actually really important chemical pathway. It's a signaling molecule. It's not necessarily always going to be a bad thing. So you actually do need reactive oxygen
at max entropy it is, right? At max entropy it is. We all have the potential of, I mean, this is what we do when we give off energy.
No,
right?
Not max entropy. I'm talking about within a cell.
No, I understand that.
Okay. but
So,
but I'm saying
know
that
what
it's not
free
always
radicals are,
bad. So
right?
why? Yeah, I used them for my PhD actually.
Yeah. I would assume you would. So they're
Okay.
unpaired electrons. They're free
Correct.
radicals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you're trying to do is repair them, right? You're trying to bring them back into a coherent state or a hexagonal formation, which is what an atom is, and you're trying to
The
repair
cell's
them.
not necessarily always trying to do that, though. It's a signaling molecule, so you actually it's really important
No, it's a
to.
folding effect. I understand.
It's a okay. Well, I gave you 20 minutes, and I'm really.
No, you're good. Listen, we can end this live. I had a friend ask me to come on here to talk to you. That's all I was doing.
Yeah.
I'm just showing that there is an alternative way of thinking, and that maybe you've taken something out of this where you can go look it up. And me too. Like at the end of the day, that's what your live is to do, right? Is to get an alternative way. I think yesterday I heard you talk. I'll end it here. I'm not going to monologue.
Okay.
But you've basically said you wanted someone else's alternative. I'm not an expert, but I will tell you I'm not ignorant by far. And just because someone doesn't understand something doesn't mean that they're ignorant, and it gives you a right to mock. I think at any level you should actually start understanding this. I did tell you I work with professors. I have a girl right now that works with CRISPR.
Cool.
So I've worked with doctors and everything. This stuff is real. People just don't understand the terminology of it, and instead they want to take pharmaceuticals and think that that's the only solution, and it's just not. There's modalities of both nature and what science has to offer.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would never want to any type of like castigation, or I don't want you to feel that you're ever pushed out or anything. Like if there was ever a molecular biology or genetics question, I would love for you to be at home to come here and ask me a question or anything like that. So that's I would.
Yeah, no, and I don't feel that way about you. I was
okay, cool.
This was just for the comments that I've read. Just
don't worry about them.
It has nothing to do with you. I don't feel that way at all. Well, I think it's important for everyone, and that's what they're here to do is learn, right? So I just want to respect them as well. Gotcha. But no, I don't feel that way at all about you. Okay. And even with them, I don't. That's just their misunderstanding.
Cool. Okay. So, well, thank you so much.
Absolutely. I don't feel attacked at all. It was good talking with you. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
I'll actually come up with some questions so we can have some more rebuttals.
Cool. That'd be great. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Eric, what's up, dude? Eric, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Did UBI get $1 more? Is that what you can?
No, I was
$1,100 now.
No, not at all. No, I just came. When I came in, Rock was on, and I was
nice, dude.
Glad to see
that. He's so smart. It's like it's unbelievable. Like he's doing so well and doing so much. And it's incredible.
Yeah, I know. He just opened up, and all of a sudden, he's going on the right path right now.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. It's really cool.
Yeah, I guess this room is all about microbiology and all that. So, usually I just my main thing is a UBI, of course, but it is with a purpose, I guess, in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I was just joking. I think it's a cool idea, but whatever. And it's in your name. I didn't even recognize that until like we were talking for a little bit. I was like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, no, it's really my thing. I've been doing this for 6 years.
Nice.
Like, I mentioned Andrew Yang too, right?
Okay. Oh yeah. Did you work for his campaign?
Not officially. He did inspire me to. So my story is. This is my story. Like I live in LA. I grew born and raised out here, and I have been an Uber driver for the last 9 years out here.
Okay, cool.
And when Yang ran for president, he had a lot of videos up online where he was talking about this in depth. Like he really went into the social media space with podcasters and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about this in length, and it inspired me to have these conversations with people as I drove with Uber here in LA. And so I've developed a lot of arguments and reasonings to back it up. But what really fuels my passion is having grown up in LA during the time when it was a really shitty place to grow up in.
Okay.
Especially
Do you mind if I ask you how old you are?
I'm 32.
Okay, cool. I'm 38. I grew up in Orange County, going up to LA all the time.
Yeah. I grew up in I grew up in those like largely Hispanic communities that you would hear on the news where someone got shot up and, all of the dysfunction that happens in society.
Yeah.
And so that's really, really what fuels my passion for this. As well as, I guess, as I've talked, because I've actually gone to Orange County, and as you well know, there's a lot of Republicans in Orange County.
It's true. It's true that it exists.
I've sparked this conversation with a lot of Republicans, and it's actually been pretty productive. I've learned how to navigate the dialogue to cater to conservative kind of and so my mission right now is to gain more traction and to spread awareness, spread more information on it, and garner support for not just Yang. I don't know what he might be doing next midterm or next election, but for any politician that might be running with this in mind.
Mm-hmm. Is there a UBI level that you wouldn't support? Like what if someone was like, maybe it's like $100 a year or something?
Oh, you mean by the amount?
Yeah.
That's a really good question, because I think it all depends on maybe I'm gonna have to refer okay, you just kind of open a can of worms. When I think about this problem, I think about it in terms of we have a problem. The major problem we're dealing with in America is inflation, right?
Okay.
And there's different levels of inflation happening depending on whether you live in cities or rural areas, right? Meaning the cost of living.
Sure.
So I guess the impact that, let's say, $1,000 a month would have on a rural community will be way more than if someone in the city receives $1,000 a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
I would even go further than that in terms of I have a vision that this should, the model that Yang put out in terms of how we can make this happen, it should be applicable to other countries as well. And this is a hot topic here in the U.S. right now with illegal immigration.
Sure.
If you think about a UBI and its impact in a rural community in Mexico, for example, a small town where the cost of living is significantly lower, then a UBI there would actually be like $100 a month, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Comparatively, just because the cost of living is so much cheaper. But that impact of the $100 a month would be it would be sufficient enough to grow the economy there and retain people there, and not, a lot of people that are coming from Mexico are coming here for economic reasons, right? So that would sort of curb the illegal migration, if you think about it, that's happening right now. And there's a joke that Louis C.K. I know he's controversial, but he came out with a joke where God comes down to earth and he sees all the shit that's going on, the oil in the oceans and all the environmental impact that's going on, and he comes down and he's like, hey, yo, what's going on, right? And the first guy that he comes up with, he's like, the human is like, oh, well, we needed oil. And he's like, what do you need oil for? Well, I need it for gas. What do you need gas for? I need it for a car. What do you need a car for? I need to go to get to my job. What do you need a job for? I need it for money. What do you need money for? I need it for food. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just bend down and pick it up from the ground, right?
Yeah.
And it's
you overcomplicated
it. Right. And so I think about living in LA, we get made fun of for avocado toast that costs $15 at a really hip cafe. And meanwhile, I have a neighbor that has an avocado tree that can literally pick it off and just, cut down the cost significantly. So I think when it comes to economics, we are all kind of following this sort of narrative of like overcomplicating things, where I think that my main goal is to address poverty and poverty related issues. And it shouldn't be expensive to deal with those things, or it shouldn't be comparatively expensive to deal with those things. There's other concepts in my head that might be a little bit touchy that I would like to get into later, in terms of like some other day, in terms of like overpopulation, and how just in terms of the amount of people we are on Earth, that's a huge factor in terms of inflation. You have more mouths to feed. You have more people.
Talking about like degrowth ideas.
I think and this is the thing about the American sort of model. It's all about quantity over quality. It's like you. This might get into the conspiracy. This might be one of the only conspiracies that I might stand on, and you probably never heard of this conspiracy. But I feel like pro-life, like sort of political movements, it's all in the effort to just have more consumers. If you have more babies, like all of the Johnson and Johnson products have more consumers. All of the baby products, all of the Hasbros have more consumers, more toys to be made. You get what I'm saying?
But I mean, that's like a thing with capitalism. They want an ever increasing economy, and the easiest way to do it is to increase immigrants. And I mean, you're not wrong.
I just think the model that America has put forth, and China is doing a way better job at this, is just massive production of massive consumption. And I think that we need to start letting go of the idea. Like, it's quality over quantity. It's like the difference between making like 100 cars that will break down in like 10 years versus making one car that will like hold.
But they're massively creating things and massively producing things, and the United States doesn't. We're more of like a service level economy, so they're the ones that are outproducing us now. I understand, like in the idea of like capitalism creates an economy that's always expanding and increasing exponentially, not linearly. And I understand that.
I mean, we're always putting it environmental and economic like issues at odds with each other, if that makes sense. So
no, I agree.
So
I mean, nobody's advocating for the environment. We're advocating for we're paying companies to pull oil out of the ground.
Right. And one of the reasons why I have this idea is during the pandemic, I was working at a UPS warehouse. Like I was seeing all of the products from China coming in, and sometimes some of these boxes would rip open, and you would see the really, really dumb things that were being shipped into America during a pandemic, like little trinkets and little plastic things that you would find at a 99-cent store.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, we're in a pandemic, and this is all under the guise of a model that America loves to purport in terms of just, again, massive consumption and massive production, right? And it's like, we're not thinking in terms of like quality. Like, I'm not against consumption. I just think that we need to have responsible consumption.
Who would decide that though? Like, who would decide what you can like actually, like, what if someone wanted to use their entire UBI just to like on the apps and get like a bunch of Chinese stuff imported?
Well, this is a really good part of Yang's plan, which he came up with a value-added tax system that other countries already have, in which you would have a national sales tax that would be heavier on non-essential items, but low or exempt on essential items.
So what would be an essential? Who decides the essentialness of an item?
So if you get to the down, like the, a value-added tax is, the name implies that when you add value to something, the end product, you're adding a small tax on it. And you should really look into this because other countries already do this anyways. Actually, every other developed country does this except for us. Yeah. But if you're trying to tackle poverty, which again is my main thing, is if you're going to give $1,000 to like a single mom, actually, I'll just give you the UK's value-added tax. The UK has a 20% value-added tax on every single non-essential item. Think electronics, toys, gadgets, makeup,
Yeah.
Furniture, things of that nature, clothing. They have a 5% value added tax on semi-essentials like children's clothing because they grow up really, really fast. Diapers, think diapers, feminine products, toiletries, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Baby food. And then they have a 0% tax on like healthy groceries like fresh produce, milk, eggs, rice, beans, things of that nature, right? And then they also have like a sugar tax of some sort, which if you think about their NIH, National Health Institute, their health system, you want to desensitize people of like consuming like products that will develop into like obesity and diabetes and put a larger strain on the healthcare system, right? So that system, like when it comes to poverty, like that's the best progressive tax system that you can have, right? Yang only proposed a 10% value added tax, and it's not an extra tax. It would be basically chopped off from the federal income tax system that we have into right now, and just transitioned into this new value added tax system. Gotcha. So we're not like over, burdening the middle class and the working class, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'll have to do more research on the value added tax in other countries too. It's like your second person this week that mentioned it, and I was I'm curious how other countries do it. But there's a couple other people in the queue, so love to talk to you more, man. It's just
yeah, for sure. Some other day, I guess, because it's getting late.
Okay, man. Thank you so much. I always love the talks.
All right, man.
See you.
Take care.
Okay, there was one other person before you, Linz, but then they dropped out. So you're up. Hi, Linz. How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hey, so I have a couple questions, so maybe we can knock these out pretty quickly, even though they're pretty long discussion form. But so my first question, like on a political science, maybe even a psychology form, is when are we going to stop, like as a whole, before our country burns to the ground? Do you think we have the ability to stop putting ideology before identity? Do you understand the question? I think it's killing us.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know. I think we kind of like lost our civic pride, like what it actually means. And, there's a lot of fake patriotism going around, and I think that kind of like puts, us opposed to one another. Meanwhile, I mean, you have like these like parasitic billionaires that are just sucking all of our scientific funding away, all of our research spending, and they're killing our what actually we need. As citizens, we need these institutions because we need them to be we need them to survive, in order to have these institutions that can help us. Like Medicaid is a good example, and it disproportionately helps poor people, but we cut $400 billion in order to give it to rich people, billionaires. And it's
Couldn't
wild
agree
to
more.
me. It's wild like that. I watched Trump rallies. I watched his speeches. I watched all the signs at all the RNC, the convention and everything. I never saw a single sign that said, give billionaires more money. And that was the first thing that they did, and gutted. And they said specifically that they would never touch Medicaid. And that was the first thing that they went for. I think it's disgusting.
Well, I think it's disgusting as well. However, on a pragmatic level, I myself as a human, and this once again goes to the identity and the ideology, and I do want to get off of this in a second. I do have more pressing questions, but
okay.
It bothers me when I see kind of I understand where middle America can kind of get the elitist attitude, because I know so many people that were diehard Democrats for years, and then saw the democratic process just removed with Kamala, and she wasn't even really a choice. So I think Americans really, a lot of people went into the went into the ballot box if you were held their nose and pulled a lever. I don't think that he had this massive win like he would like to say. I think that the Democrats just put up such a poor choice.
I mean, I don't really understand the whole primary process. I mean, what the argument against Harris, because it's like, I mean, did Trump have a primary, really? You know, like he never even showed up to any of the debates, and he just walked in and won the entire thing. So it's like, it's kind of rough. I don't really. It's
Well,
really
let me put it
tenuous
this
for
way.
me.
Like, I guess what I thought, this once again goes to the identity ideology, is a lot of times we see the right being called a cult, a cult, a cult. However, as soon as Trump didn't fall through with some of his main promises, what is it called? MAGA, about burnt to the ground, where on the left there was so much bullcrap that happened, and it was almost like on the left nobody called it out and feared that it would give MAGA more movement, if you will. But let's get off of this because I have actual science questions.
Sure.
So the second one goes, and I apologize. I don't know how long you've been or if you've discussed this at all, but
okay.
Can we? I kind of want to talk about Bobby Kennedy.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so let's try to split this, if you will. Also, I'm kind of nervous. I've never done one of these lives before.
Yeah,
so.
there's one of their Bobby Kennedy's science advisor for his campaign tried to get me kicked out of grad school because I was criticizing their point on trying to defund and take out the same institutions that they used to work for, and so they called my advisor, tried to get me kicked out of grad schools. It was really interesting, but
That's awful.
I know, isn't it wild?
So,
but
that is wild. So my question is, so like, on one hand, I can definitely see his point, and something does need to be done. As far as what we're putting into our bodies, the diseases, the chemicals. I mean, it's went way too far, and I appreciate him. I like the Maha part, if you will. But what's your take on the mRNA? Thank you, mRNA. I'm so nervous, and you can't even see my face.
No, it's just us. It's all good. You're fine.
The mRNA, cutting of the funding. I mean, that could kill people.
You're never gonna. No, you're never. So you're never gonna have an expertise in everything, right? And I think that you have to trust the FDA process, and the FDA is actually really, really cautious. Compared to a lot of other international organizations for the same purpose, they don't allow a lot of experimental drugs, and so the fact that it actually did pass, and it was passing so incredibly fast, kind of shows that it was very, very, very good, and the efficacy of the mRNA vaccines was unbelievable. It was at 95% when most other vaccines for the flu are 60 to 70%. So it was an incredibly good vaccine, and they are very safe.
So my question, I guess, as somebody that has a scientist that has went through the grad school process, and like you talked about, I understand a lot of like new research, new ideas comes from the universities that are working hand in hand with like medical companies. I get how that works, but like when Bobby Kennedy came out and said he is stopping all funding for any mRNA vaccines, what does that do to somebody that might be in grad school, if you will, that's working with a company for like a new vaccine? Like right away, is the money stopped, or
great question. Yeah, so a lot of those, exactly, the grants just stop, and we actually had people in the community that had they got into a PhD. They were an undergrad, and they got into one of these programs to get their PhD, and their entire class got cut from like 32 to 2 people, and they didn't make the cut. So basically the universities, just their funding gets completely taken away, and it's bad. These mRNA, it's kind of like a vessel, it's a how this technology is delivered, and the benefits are unbelievably amazing, and especially when it comes to something different. So you have vaccines, which is the ability for these RNA nucleotides to create an immune response, which creates your vaccine. That's what the vaccine is. But gene therapy is something separate, where you're actually targeting pieces of in your genome that are made, other pieces of RNA, or maybe that piece of RNA, which is called an RNAi. It's an RNA interference. So if this thing is being made and this is going to lead to a really bad protein, and you need to stop it. Well, this RNA just lands right on there and it stops it from being made into a protein. Or you can make it so that you're delivering something that can make something else, which is that protein. So you could deliver some type of piece of the CRISPR-Cas9 system that would actually like edit the genome. So
I didn't even think about going into CRISPR.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. So it could go all the way back to the fields of people that are studying that. So it could ultimately be a domino effect.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it creates a stifling of research where people aren't going to be willing to explore these ideas going further, where it's like, well, there was a promising research field that I was like going into, so maybe I can, and maybe people get around it, maybe they okay, we're going to do gene therapy by delivering protein instead now. So, which is how some of like CRISPR is actually being delivered now. It's called RNP, ribonucleic protein. So it's like the protein is already made. The RNA is actually already part of the CRISPR molecule, so you can just deliver it. But it's large, basically. It's CRISPR is the Cas9 is rather large, so it's hard to deliver into all these cells. So that's the benefit of a RNA-based vaccine, is that it's actually easier, and it's just easier to get in. So that's the kind of the idea.
So that brings me to my last question. And I'm just super interested from your side and from the other scientists that are on the chat, as far as like how funding and research goes, because it's kind of scary as we're a global society, but yet, you want to try to hold on to that American exceptionalism, except for, Russia, China, they think in 100-year terms, where we think in 4-year terms. So it's very scary to say that you might be starting school thinking, okay, this is what I'm going to study. I'm going to put all my heart, body, and soul. I'm going to change the world. But yet every 4 years, your funding could be cut off because of ideologies.
Exactly.
How do you circumvent that?
That's a really good point.
Scary.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And this is why like biotechnology companies like already are really risky. And that's why a lot of the research happens at universities. So universities do decades of research before they make something that's a patent that can be used in order to make a biotechnology company. So if you're already a biotechnology company, and the fact that you could lose some of your grant funding would just kill your company. And then you have universities that are now cutting grad programs. They're not hiring undergrads. They have a big thing. But I actually wanted to talk about, and you made such a good point here, talking about the American exceptionalism. And I wanted to tie it back to the whole thing of like the elitism argument. And it's so odd to me because like growing up, like, I always defined American exceptionalism as like the Ronald Reagan quote of like, the United States is that shining city on a hill kind of idea. And like, that's an elite city, right? It's a shining city on a hill. It by definition is elite. And I don't understand this besmirching of people that want to be better, I want to be elite. I would love to be an elite scientist, and that's, I've always strived in order to try to do that. And like America is not exceptional if everyone is just trying to be average. And that's the problem, I feel like, in our culture now, is that we besmirch people in science and institutions that are trying to better themselves, that are trying to create a better tomorrow, just because, to your point, it doesn't align ideologically with what we want. And I feel like that's kind of the problem that we have, is where it's a spite-based funding thing. Like they're just going to cancel all the programs that a university has because they're basically studying like that black people are different or something, there's like the black culture is different, it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Intersectionality and the ability for that racism to be entwined in governmental structures is, the whole idea of a lot of critical race theory, and that's necessary for us to understand so that how we can prevent it. And the idea that like an entire field or entire university is now defunded because of it is just insane. And there was actually a White House press release, one of his crayon drawings for executive orders or something, calling that that all science funding now has to align personally with his views. So you can't study or get any federal funds unless it aligns exactly with the views and personal beliefs of the president, which is insane. He's literally says in there, and one of those is lab leak. This false notion that the SARS-CoV-2 leaked from the Wuhan lab as opposed to being a natural zoonotic spread event at the wet market. And the idea that you can't study climate change now because that's a banned word in a bunch of Republican states and it doesn't align with his views. So you can't do that. You can't study population genetics because coronavirus genomes are so trigger happy now that they can hurt your feelings. We're basically all, this is the reason why you are never free and liberated in an authoritarian style government. Like you are basically kissing the ring of the king, and you're trying to ask for the ability to do things as opposed to being a liberated person that can do what they want. It's so pathetic and weak, so weak.
I think that there needs to, I know that I'm out of time, but it's almost like for scientific funding, because let's face it, it's like a spider with a web. Somebody could be studying petroleum sciences and it could reach something they're studying could reach into vaccines, which could reach into how a sociologist studies. It's just crazy. Like I said, a domino effect. I think that with our funding, it needs to be put, not to steal an Al Gore term, but it needs to be put into a lockbox where you have somebody in charge that it goes past every 4 years. That's just so scary how it can switch like that. So, hey, thanks for having me.
You're exactly right. And to your point, I did study algae biofuels, and that funding is going away. So that you're exactly right. They are like all that money that for renewable and sustainable fuel development so that the United States could be a global leader on creating these things. It's all oh, thank you, Jen, for the subscription. Thank you. It's all going away now. My friends at the Department of Energy are talking about it's all the money is going from the universities to these national labs, and it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. Like even if you don't agree with climate change that being human caused, which it is, and there's overwhelming evidence for it, we can all agree that we want cheaper and energy, right? That can be more sustainable, that humans are going to be existing on this world. And why, if oil is so precious now, then why would we use all of it up now? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I know I've got to get off, and I'm sorry
You're
for people
good.
that are in the queue.
There's nobody else
But
here, so you're fine.
I'm really terrified down the road when Trump wrote a check that our asses won't be able to cash with all the energy that he has sold. Our grid can't even support it. It's more than what are we going to do when people start wanting all this energy that surpasses, I think, if there's an energy person in here, that'd be amazing. But I think it far surpasses, like by 10x, what we produce. Like, what are we going to do? Like,
I didn't think that we would. So one, there is a finite amount of oil in the world. So, we have to, at some point we have to create like fuel that we're going to use. But
I'm sorry, I just
honestly,
saw in the chat somebody's calling me a nag liberal. I'm not. I'm very centrist.
That doesn't matter. It's actually coming into fruition really a lot more quickly than anyone would have thought because of AI. Basically, like all of these GPUs are very expensive in order, energetically, electrically. So we're actually they're buying up all these nuclear power plants. Like 3 Mile Island was just bought out by Microsoft. So they're going to basically just reopen that nuclear power plant just to run their GPUs. So there's companies spinning out that are specifically for this. So it's pretty wild.
Wow. Okay. Well, Dr. Abbott, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your time. This is very interesting. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for joining. Eric, I see you, man. I think Nico just joined at the same time. So we'll go with Nico first and then you afterwards. Nico, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, dude? How's it going?
Good, man. Good. It's been a really cool live. Rocco,
nice. Yeah, good
here,
vibe.
Freaking, he's doing awesome. He showed there's all his projects. He has an awesome poster. It's like,
yeah, I saw that. I was like, it was like diffusion models for frontal photopolymerization. Looks really cool,
dude. I have no idea about any of that stuff. I want to learn about it though. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'll make sure to join soon. But it'd be cool to have little journal club or something too. Like everyone kind of presents some research because. I think it's always good to keep you on your toes, learning new concepts.
100%, dude. I would love that. I think that would be so cool. I think I also want to try to showcase that academics debate too. That I think that I hate the idea that people think that scientists don't debate or challenge each other. So I would love to have an academic style, kind of Oxford style debate or something, where we can kind of have the positions or ideas and actually do research and try to think about them. And I don't know what it would be, but I've done it before, kind of what we used to do it on Twitch. And it was really, really, really fun because you have open notes, so you have notes from the other side. You're basically building up a Google Doc and you can see what their points are. And it's, and in good faith, obviously we're all friends but to go back and forth and try to enlighten.
What's funny about that is when I was an undergrad, I once went to a PhD's defense at Caltech and it was very intense.
Oh dude, they're brutal.
Yeah, and then when I went to Berkeley after, I started going to those thinking I want to see some drama, I want to see scientists go at it, and it was so cordial and formal.
Oh, it's funny.
And then I was like, hey, what's up with this? I thought it was supposed to be drama, and they were like, every school has their own protocol, but mostly it's there's a code of conduct that most schools have, but. I do love seeing scientists debate,
dude,
in closed doors because they're able to kind of really poke holes at stuff and really just be honest about I studied climate change and oftentimes these models are off, right? But that's just a process of making a model, right? You're constantly tweaking it, and so seeing scientists go over the weeds of models is really fun.
Yeah. I think it's funny. I mean, academics, it's kind of akin it to a gang beat-in or something where they want to get you really make sure you're thought about this and you've shown that you're not just making it up, because you can tell immediately. It's not I mean, no offense, but when you're reading the undergrad essay, and that they're just filling a space up, and
and to what Amy said, you're right, Amy. It was more of a presentation. It wasn't a defense. It was it was not what I expected. It was like a very formal, like nice process. But
yeah, I can appreciate that too. Like the before, there's a lot of debate that happens at lab meetings every week, right? Where it's like, are we sure that this is what this says? Are you sure that you did the right test? Did you get the right controls here? This doesn't show this. Like, you didn't do the right data analysis here. This is actually not statistically significant, and you're saying it is. Like, so there's so much that there, and I would love to let people like peer behind. And Eric, it could be like any topic, man. I don't know, whatever people want. We could try to think about it, but I would want at least like one expert from the field. So, you know what I mean? So that would be like the minimum. So on each side, and then maybe someone that's just well educated on it, that's actually like done the work, so that they could actually make an articulate point with publications and stuff,
Totally. I had a question for you actually, and this was probably going to age me, but I think you're slightly older than me, so maybe you remember this. But when I was an undergrad, there was a guy in San Diego named Craig Venter, who apparently invented life, or synthetic life, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, it's okay. He's basically. He's one of the original. He's on the private side of the Human Genome Project. So, basically, he helped the sequencing that happened to sequence the human genome for the first time on the private side, and then he basically created a synthetic yeast chromosome for the first time. So that was or was it the entire chromosome or something? It was the idea was to create a minimal organisms, trying to, create, all these genes and pieces of DNA and the regulatory aspects that we have that we're trying to remove piece by piece. And the idea being that if we can remove more of it, it could be synthetically made with like just a nucleotide synthesis reaction, rather than like necessarily from life. But they did make it did work, but it was like one chromosome, I think. Let me
yeah, well, what I remember is they put a watermark in the DNA, right?
Yeah.
They like, and it was this like, and this was back in 2008 2009, right? So like, and I kind of thought from that moment, okay, synthetic life is around the corner. And it never really manifested. I don't know is it for technological reasons or ethical reasons, or maybe both?
Okay, so he transplanted a chemically synthesized genome into the recipient's cell. Okay, so yeah, it was the entire genome of a bacterium from the chemical components of a lab. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think, the problem is like, why? I don't think that it's like we can already you kind of do it already with like CRISPR so much that you can create so many different cuts and so many different inserts at once that you kind of just, that's kind of it's basically an application for synthetic biology. So synthetic biology is the idea that there's a biological black box that we kind of don't understand. Everything could be outlined and it should work in a biological sense, but then sometimes you just do things and it doesn't work. So why? And the idea is, by using synthetic biology, we can start removing that black box, better understand the cell in and of itself, and then also kind of like act as a third viewer on the outside into this organism, but doing that from within the cell. So it's like a interesting, basically like a computer science algorithmic way of looking at what a biological organism is. And there's a lot of if-else statements that are actually programmed into the protein making. So like if this protein is made, then this protein is made, then this, happens, kind of like literal computer science programming while you're doing regulatory pathways and stuff. It's really cool. But basically we can do a lot of that through CRISPR and stuff like that, making an entire organism synthetically. It's not, I mean, it's a cool thought experiment, but I mean, let's see, actually, I'm curious how many people cited that paper. I forget where it is.
Well, apparently the reason why the werewolf project was so, or the direwolf project was so impressive is because they made a ton of edits at once, and it resulted in a viable kind of like animal, right? But Craig also went into biofuels as well, right?
Yeah, so he did synthetic genomics, which is now renamed Veridos. So it's like it was actually, I was trying to get to work there for so long, man. I actually had a friend that worked there, and then I wasn't like a competing lab, but basically I worked for Stephen Mayfield's lab. That's where I got into algae biofuels. So I'm like intimately aware of how of that space. And
I remember seeing the photos of like clear bags of plastic with like a green liquid in it, and there's like a field of them, and it's like biofuels are the next.
I used to do that. It was so funny. I that was my job. I used to make those bags. And then you always made sure to do all the different colored algae whenever you had someone walking through.
Are you transfecting and incubating in the bag and then sending that? Wow,
yeah, it's basically a bioreactor because they're super easy to. You need to make sure that they're sterile. So the idea is to you autoclave the bag or make sure it's clean, and then you can put it out there and really easily.
And it's anaerobic. The whole thing is just in a bag.
No, it's aerobic. You put tubes into it, and then it bubbles in there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Sick,
okay,
dude.
so I'm looking at the publication of the creation of a bacterial cell controlled by a chemically synthesized genome. And then the citations from it, the number one citation of that citation, which is always a good place to look, is like the Anthropocene, conceptual and historical perspective of life, tumor targeting bacteria engineered to fight cancer. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting like application of that. Engineering the third wave of biocatalysis, platforms for antibiotic discovery, or gene circuit design for automation. Yeah, I would think that would be a good one. And you basically, because you know what cells, what proteins are going in there. So the idea would be to turn some of them on or off so you can better understand the circuit design.
Nice.
So honestly, the most interesting one would be the tumor targeting bacteria designed to fight cancer. It's a Nature publication. Here we go. The abstract. Recent advances in targeted therapy and immunotherapy have once again raised the hope that a cure might be within reach for many cancer types. Yet, most late-stage cancers are either insensitive to the therapies to begin with or develop resistance later. Therapy with live tumor-targeting bacteria. How wild would that be? Therapy with live bacteria.
Dude, it's like when I was a kid, we used to think about robots in the future, like killing cancer, but it's actually bacteria, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
Not phage therapy, but this is like and you're going septic, but you're going septic with your own bacteria.
As long as it's not E. coli, I'm cool with it.
Provides a unique option to fight these challenges. Compared with most other therapeutics, the effectiveness of tumor-targeting bacteria is not directly affected by the genetic makeup of a tumor. Interesting. Bacteria initiate either direct anti-tumor effects from deep within the tumor, followed by innate and adaptive anti-tumor immune responses. What? That's wild.
Yeah.
As microscopic robot factories, bacterial vectors can be pre-programmed following simple genetic rules, which is kind of like what I was talking about, the computer science if-else statements, or sophisticated synthetic bioengineering principles to produce and deliver anti-cancer agents on the basis of clinical needs. Therapeutic approaches using live tumor-targeting bacteria can either be applied as a monotherapy, so by themselves, or complement other anti-cancer therapies to achieve better clinical outcomes. This is in 2018, so this is like 3 years after CRISPR, hit the mainstream. So I would think that you'd want to do some complement. I don't see why you would do it necessarily by yourself. In this review, we summarize the potential benefits and challenges of this approach. Okay, cool. Dang,
Nice.
that is really cool.
Yeah, very cool. Well, yeah, man, thanks. I'll read up on it and ask you another question next time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, dude. Thanks for joining. Always good to chat.
Yeah, likewise.
Peace.
See ya.
All right, Eric, what's up, man?
Yeah. I guess I figured you're still here, so I'm still here. So fuck it.
Yeah, dude.
It's interesting. You guys were talking about cancer treatment because I had a conversation with this lady that was researching immunotherapy to fight cancer.
Yeah.
I forget what she was. I forget. It was a while ago, but basically, she did explain it. But it was something about using our own immune system or tapping into our own immune system to fight off the cancer cells or something like that. I don't know if you have any knowledge in that.
Yeah, I mean, so basically the idea would be what a vaccine, basically you are creating the cell bank that you're going to use in order to create antibodies so you can target the bad stuff in the future. And the idea is to look at that bank, that the catalog of antibodies that your body can make, and basically go in there and edit and add in some of those things so that you don't have to, that instead of, I guess it would be considered a vaccine, but you're basically going to the body's like storage mechanism and quickly adding that stuff in, and that so you don't necessarily need to be exposed or have a vaccine. This would be a gene therapy approach where you're like adding that stuff in. So now it can actually be recognized to fight.
Well, that kind of means that we have a sort of we already have an immune system response to tackle cancer cells. Then I imagine like a natural immune system response.
Yeah, it's usually they because cancer is your own cells. It kind of like they evolve out of those detection mechanisms very quickly.
I feel like, and I've had a conversation with someone about this, but it almost seems like the rise of cancer in society right now is due to like how immunocompromised we become from like our like hectic lifestyles. I think I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I mean, I think it's more aligned. Like we actually understand more of the molecular biology and the genetics of a human now, and we're kind of just recognizing that all these cancers are actually genetically distinct.
Right, so, but oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just basically there's lots of different stages that you could get some cell dysregulation, because you're basically a community of microbes, and they're all working in concert together and to stay, hey, you're not going to grow past this stage. You're not going to do this, right? And cancer is just like, nah, I'm going to go past that for this reason. And it can be, it can be hard to detect that. So
yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into, but one factor I heard was our like, I think something about having a large dependence on carbs in our diets, especially when it comes to like, if you think about all of the products in store right now, like the prepackaged processed foods, like the what is it, like like everything is heavy carbs, right? It's like heavy on the like, let's say, if anything, everything has like high fructose corn syrup because it's cheaper to make products with that, right? I heard that that fuels a lot of cancer growth, right?
I mean, I think it's going to be, it's one of those things where it's like correlation's not causation, I don't, you could scientifically show that, You could
Right.
scientifically show it possibly, but I don't think that there's really been anything that's like this
Well,
is it, you know. So I think that's kind of the problem. It's like cancer rates are increasing with like Google Chrome usage or something. You know what I mean? There's lots of things that have increased in the last 20 or 30 years. I don't know. I don't think that like the processed foods in and of itself are causing higher cancer rates. But I mean, I could be proven wrong. You know,
well,
there could
no, I
be.
mean, yeah, because it's obviously a combination of a lot of factors, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's some people have genetic factors, other people,
Yeah.
you know, skin cancers because of overexposure to sun or something like that on some skin types. But also like I think that like I've been following this like intermittent fasting diet, right? And it's like I forget where I heard this from, and essentially, like having fasting has been like something that has been historically used. I mean, in many cultures as a way to like clean the body of some sort, and I think that our diets, again in America, is so out of touch with what we need. It's more about what we want. So it's like at this point, like there was a time where I used to eat like fast food every day because that's the cheapest thing out there. Now I spend like $24 on a like nice Mediterranean dinner, but that means I only eat twice a day, and I've been doing this for like the last 5 years, I think, or 4 years, and it's been working pretty well actually. So I feel like there's a lot of ways to like stave off like cancer in a sense that should be researched in the first place. I'm not saying that all this research that's going on isn't good. I mean, it's pretty good, right? But I feel like a lot of other factors when it comes to like stress compromising your immune system response, your natural immune system response to like fight off cancer cells in the first place, for example, or like you know like our hectic lifestyles, or like again over dependence on like these unnatural diets. I feel like you know I think that's a huge factor when it comes to the cancer epidemic that's going on. So like
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge believer that like, I honestly think that the natural foods, the
it's
organic
not
stuff is all kind of like a scam, man. I really do.
it's
I
not
don't.
it's not about natural foods. It's about like, so for example, like when I was a kid, like and this is something that stems from poverty, I feel, right? Like you know, I look at my nephew and all the things that he wants to buy from the store, right? He wants to buy Jolly Ranchers. He wants to buy fruit by the foot. He wants to buy like all of these things, like all of these sweets and stuff, right? And now that I'm older, like all of those things like disgust me.
Sure.
Like it's like now that I'm older and you look pretty fit yourself, like I'm looking for like actual food, right? Like I mentioned Mediterranean food. I eat a lot of Indian food. I eat a lot of healthier Mexican food, like with a lot of black beans and legumes and lentils and stuff like that. I think that going back to the argument I made last time, remember when we had the conversation on healthcare and healthcare costs? It kind of goes back to like preventative care, right? It's like, how are we pushing for more healthier choices, to like for people to make more healthier choices, right? And that's a tough question to answer, but I feel like the idea behind a universal basic income and the value added tax thing would help push people in that right direction, if that makes sense.
I mean, the problem though is that there's just so much processed food and everywhere. That's the real problem, is that it's so readily available.
Yes.
So it's like that in people that had UBI I can understand like the UBI.
It's obviously
with
a
the
poverty
value
issue.
added tax. You know, it's so yeah, it's tough, man. I mean,
I think it's a poverty issue because obviously there's a reason why there's a prevalence of like these processed foods in our like stores, it's just because it's cheaper to manufacture them, right?
But
In
they're
mass.
overeating. That's why they're fat, man. That's not. I mean,
Yes,
eating nothing is always going to be cheaper.
there's a school of thought that I've heard, and I'll share my sources some other day, but like there's a school of thought that it has to do with the quality of food you're eating, right? If you're eating like processed foods that are meant to have long shelf life, like you're not really getting much nutrients off of that, right? You're just getting carbs off of it, right? You're just getting like the energy.
Well, you can get
but you're not-
protein too. I mean, ultra processed foods would be like an example of like a Fairlife shake or
I
protein
just
shake and that kind of stuff too. I mean, that
I
is.
just I just feel like I go back to the Blue Zone documentary that I watched, and I hope you've watched it, or I hope you watch it sometime, because
I'm aware
like,
of it. I mean, I'm aware of Blue Zone, so.
but it's like now that I'm older, like it's almost like a switch turned on inside of me where like I reject, like I can look at something and reject it based off of like what sort of nutritional content it's gonna have, right? And it's why I have, and it's one of the reasons why I can live off of just 2 meals a day. Like as long as those 2 meals a day have like value in them, like have like not only do they have value in them, but they're more freshly made. For example,
Yeah.
they're not like something that was on a shelf for like months on end. Like I'm able to actually eat less, right? So it's a poverty issue, right? Now I'm spending $20 per meal, whereas I used to eat 3 times a day, but I would spend like $10 per meal, right? So it's like I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like it's kind of like you're and this is a poverty issue, I think, because again, what is readily available and what is cheaper is going to be the most unhealthiest thing
I think
for
that
you.
drives people like is to overeating while in poverty is like being exploited at work, wanting to
Right.
get like dopamine and serotonin from eating, and then they
Yeah.
binge eat what they have, and then what they
Right.
have is a bunch of readily available processed foods. So that's that. I don't think that they're poor, and that leads them to be
Well,
fat. You know what I mean?
I
But it's like it's the fact that they're stressed, and they're just trying to figure out how to get some release, man. Just like I've binged eat and stressed eat. I stressed ate
right.
during the pandemic and gained like 60 pounds, dude. So it was like
Yeah.
crazy.
And I think that also goes back to the argument that a UBI, like I'll give you like the personal example of my dad. I don't know if I talked about this last time. He had 3 jobs, right? And like he developed diabetes, right? But it's like it's out of necessity that you mentioned it. I mean, you said it right there, like how exploitative work is right now. But if you are having a minimum, like if you have a UBI, you're in effect raising everyone's minimum wage by about $7.25 an hour. And that's a huge supplement so as to not be forced to overwork yourself so consistently, right? So it's not about the money, it's about the energy and time that you're trading off for that money. So
Yeah, I
like,
think so. I think so. So yeah, you're right, Dr. T. It was grad school stress for sure too. But yeah, I think organics are a scam. They really are. The pesticides that you
right.
use during organic farming, you have to use more pesticides than a genetically modified organism. So
I'm
if
not
you're worried about pesticides, you actually like genetically modified foods are actually what you want to eat, and it's
no,
completely safe in order
I'm not
to use them. So I
I'm
was
not
just
talking about
responding to chat. Sorry,
I'm
not to
not talking
you.
about organic though, because that's not even the point. I think it's more about like it's like the difference between eating like depending on like protein bars versus actually having a boiled egg, right? Or like some lentils or something like that. Like it's you're gonna get the same protein, but it's of different value, right? It's like the protein bar has that long shelf life. It's not fresh. It's meant to. It's like survival food, right? Like if you're stuck in like the Arctic and there's no other food around, and yeah, obviously that's all you that
So
could.
there's a thing called like bioavailability. So that's like, but that means, I mean, and then there's also like all protein isn't considered like the same. So basically you have all your essential amino acids that you need in order to make like what a human is. And you're not going to have all those proteins necessarily available in every source of protein. So some protein sources, like the building blocks for like eggs, are better at making humans than other building blocks that are for, like, if it was just like a romaine lettuce or something. There are obviously, right, there's proteins in there, right? There are proteins as things, but those proteins don't match the building blocks that you need in order to make a human. So
part of the Blue Zone documentary had to do with the traditional diet of Mesoamerica was the combination of corn, beans, and squash as a way to combine the amino acids that they all have to fulfill the requirements to build the proteins that you need. And again, it's the quality of what you're eating versus, like, because you're right, like you could obviously get all your protein from everywhere, but this goes back to the longevity that has been proven with these diets in these blue zones, right? It's like the longevity of not just living to be 100, but like living a long, healthy life. So it's almost like we're suffering from overcomplicating our diets. I
agree with that for sure.
Where it should be just as simple as eating a plate of black beans with, like, with squash or something. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's.
I mean, my personally, so I do jujitsu and I weightlift, so I do like 200 grams of protein a day, and I do that with like a Fairlife shake, a protein shake, and then you only assimilate about 40 grams of protein per like bolus. So 200 divided by 4, about like I'm eating about 5 times. So I try to eat like a protein bar, a protein shake, a Fairlife shake, and those are all ultra processed. That gets me to like 100 grams of protein, and then between lunch and dinner, I try to get another, like, the rest, that other 50. So that gets me up to there. That I try to keep it really easy, and I get carbs everywhere else. I don't have to like worry about carbs. Carbs just come, and then I eat as much as much fiber as I can. So like carrots, cucumbers, cocktail, like pickles, that kind of stuff, and that's really it.
I feel like I feel like it does work for you. Like, you look good, you look fit, and all of that. I feel like you look like you have a very healthy balance in your life. You look like you're not stressed out at all. Like, you look like you're very, what do you call it, balanced in general. I feel, and yeah, and but I always go back to the issue of poverty, right? It's like not everyone has that. I hate using this word, but privilege to, like, not be so stressed out, or not have, or be able to take those daily exercise routines, or like those consistent exercise routines to counteract the amount of carbs or whatever they're consuming. It's just a matter of how do we bring that balance to more people's lives, so more people can be healthy, right? Like, if you were like, let's say if you were more stressed out in your life right now, like during COVID, you said you gained 60 pounds and all that,
or it was awful.
Or if you didn't have the outlet of like the jujitsu that you have, and if your mental health was like, you were struggling with your mental health and all these things, like, all of these things would then, I feel like your body would probably react differently to the amount of protein that you're eating, right? Or the amount of foods that you're eating. So on a public health, like sort of topic, I just feel like we are kind of privileged where we are right now, like you and I living in California, and the amount of prosperity that we have here, but how do we spread that to more people? How do we spread that prosperity and health to more people, right?
I mean, I think you're right in the aspect of like breaking that idea of like, I think fasting, I did intermittent fasting for a while too. And I think that the most interesting thing that's from it, there's all the studies from the Panda Lab showing that there was like a time-based, thing, or autophagy or senescence, the benefit for fasting didn't replicate, unfortunately. But I do think that the one thing that does really that people can learn from intermittent fasting is that you can like break that I need to eat because my body is hungry kind of thing. You can drink water, you don't necessarily like have to eat all the time. And I think that's how I gained my weight. A lot of it was like just thoughtless snacking. And because of like the pandemic, I'd be smoking. So then I would just be having the munchies and I would just be thoughtlessly eating like over 1,000 calories. And it just every day, add 1,000 calories and you're just going to start, it's going to be bad, So, that I think that's the biggest thing is like trying to tell people and empower people that like, one, you can, and this is actually, so I was at UC Riverside for my PhD, and like 50% of undergrads are food insecure, and food insecurity is defined as not knowing if you can pay for like one or more meals every month. So it's like I'm frustrated, that UC's like not giving these people meal programs or tickets or addressing this. But I tried to tell them what helped me during undergrad, and it's like, one, you don't have to eat meat every meal. So we kind of have programmed into our brain for some reason in the United States that you have to have like some type of chicken or beef or ham like on your plate, and you don't have to have that every meal. You can, you can be an omnivore and still eat, tofu and legumes and all these other things. That's good. And yeah, I think that's like there's a bunch of like programs that I was talking to them about. There's local food pantries that you can go to. There are like places that you can get like fresh fruits and vegetables from, for free or nearly for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I feel like that's an issue for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I did go to like where did I go? Cal State. No, I went to Cal Poly Pomona and did some interviews with some students there, and I met this one student. Mm-hmm. He was really proud about this, and at the same time he didn't want, because I was recording these conversations for like this passion project I'm doing. But yeah, he was this white kid from like an hour away from like San Bernardino or something like that, somewhere a little bit rural, and he was kind of struggling, but like he was pretty proud of the fact that he was like figuring out ways to like eat, like, and he was like fucking struggling, but he was there, man. But I feel like, again, systematically, we need to start thinking better in terms of how we can have like a better system or a better social safety net to like help everyone.
Dude, I think like a big problem that we're having right now is a lot of Medicaid doesn't pay for like Ozempic, for example. And I think that that's like a huge quality of life improvement that's basically being gatekept from poor people specifically, when we know that like this is probably one of the biggest quality of life improvements that they can have, and yet we're just not giving it to them because of what, and that would actually let them not eat as much food, so they would save money on food and improve their quality of life. It would improve their health. They would be less prone to disease later in life. I mean, the compounding impacts, the domino effects of these GLP-1 agonist drugs are incredible. We have to start using those.
But are you supposed to use Ozempic indefinitely? Is that how that would work? Or
I mean, so the idea is to, while you're getting on these GLP-1 agonists is that you basically calorically restrict. Like they don't make you hungry, so you like will eat. You eat and then you don't have to snack, and you can just wait for the next big meal, kind of thing. But the idea, and honestly, along with Ozempic and GLP-1 agonists, you should be prescribed weightlifting. So like weightlifting is the best way to preserve your muscles, because when you are in a caloric restriction, the first thing to go is your muscles, because they're basically the checking account for your body. That they're not going to go into savings, which is the adipose tissue and the fat cells, when they have the easily available checking account muscles. So
wasn't there like some weird side effects that were coming out from Ozempic? There were some articles that came out. I forget. Or do you know of any side effects that Ozempic might present?
So any side effect from Ozempic pales in comparison to morbid obesity. Like absolutely. Like the problem with Ozempic is basically people not eating at all, so that they literally like crash out. Like they do not have any energy and they pass out. So that's the big problem. And then that's from, honestly, physicians upping their dosage too quickly, when they should probably be at a lower dose for longer. It's cheaper, it's less, easier to maintain. There's less side effects, but people kind of like see that they're like losing a lot of weight, and they're like, well, I want to let's get this thing going. So Zepbound is a dual action, like GLP-1 agonist. So Ozempic is a single, tirzepatide is a double, and then retaglutide's a triple. The psychological benefits are crazy too, because you feel kind of free from having, kind of like similar to what I was talking about with the intermittent fasting. You feel free of having that thing in your brain that's just eat. You can it just turns off, and you can clearly think like, oh, okay. It's pretty wild.
I feel like I would be hesitant to overprescribe any sort of chemical dependence to like help you fix yourself. Like, I just feel like that's not a path I'd tread carefully on that. I would say.
I mean, we're talking like a 20% weight loss in like 10 weeks, man. It's like a huge benefit, and you don't have to be, if you weight lift while you lose that weight and you preserve your muscles, the muscles that you preserve, basically you're going to have a higher percentage of muscles in your body that you're going to have after the Ozempic treatment. And basically that means that the engine that you run your body on is going to need more gas. Otherwise you lose all the weight, you lose your muscle, you lose your muscle first, and then you're at this lower weight, and now you're just so hungry, right? Because your metabolism's crashed. You don't have the muscle to burn that food now. And then now, instead of like feeling satiated on 2,000 calories or whatever, now you need to eat even less, because you don't have the muscle to maintain that metabolism. So you have to eat less, like in basically a permanent caloric deficit. So that's the problem that people have. It's when they don't weight lift and they're just crash dieting. And then that's what happens in a lot of these studies. A majority of the studies, because they're not weightlifting, they just boom, bounce right back. And it's just, they're almost even worse off afterwards.
I mean, I guess if you can get to a point where you can wean off of the Ozempic, like I don't.
You can. Yeah, there's no chemical dependence on it. It's just like your hunger gets back. So
right. But then would you then start overeating once you stop taking Ozempic? Is that
you could of course,
right.
There's not like any type of physical mechanism to make you not want to eat. But your stomach is smaller, so that's the benefit too, is like your stomach is smaller, and if you weight lifted, you have more muscle mass as a percentage of your body, so that your metabolism's higher, so you can actually sustain pretty easily by just, when you're hungry, just eating more vegetables, drinking more water, that kind of thing.
I don't know, man. I feel like I feel lucky that I grew up in the 90s where despite the dysfunction at home, like there was always like a really healthy meal and that set a good precedent for me. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't eat unhealthy for a big period of time, but it's like it's such a good like what do you call it, foundation I feel that I had, that like I don't feel the need for Ozempic. You get what I'm saying? Like I just feel like we have it all wrong in America in terms of diet. Like it's just so wrong. Like you get what I'm saying? Like it's just starting from like the amount of adverts that are put up to kids for highly like sugary stuff, right?
Like, I mean, you're right, but then let's do that. You know, I mean, I think Michelle Obama had it right. You know, trying to change the food at schools and try to make it more clear, and you know, push a new like way that people can understand how their food and meals should be structured. All that's gone away with Trump. Obviously, all that funding has been reverted because, like, I guess childhood obesity is like a political issue now. But the problem is that, I mean, what do you do now with the 180 million Americans that are
obese right now?
Yeah, I mean that's the question. It's not like what they could have done or what's the best path that they should have taken. It's like, doctor, I have a broken arm, and you're like, well, don't break the arm. And it's like, well, okay, but I have my broken arm now, so I need to like fix this. Yes. And it's like, well, what you need to do is not push yourself in those positions. And it's like, yeah, well, yeah, but the arm is broken. We got to fix what this is. And that's what I'm saying. Return on investment. These things we've been like gifted through science and research, this way to improve quality of life, but on a massive scale. I mean, decrease healthcare costs, increase life expectancy, and it has a second order impacts too. There's actually a study, because when the parents go on Ozempic, what happens is, because they're on a caloric deficit, they're not going to be as hungry, so they're not going to have as much snacks available for the kids. They're not going to be having these huge portion meals for dinner. They're so the kids and the spouse or partner that doesn't have the Ozempic, they're actually eating better. They're eating at smaller, more manageable amounts, so that they're losing weight too.
I feel like, and maybe I should put this out there. Like, I feel like a solution to all of this, right? And I get what you're saying in terms of like the existing obesity that we already have to deal with right now. But I read a comment, someone in the chat was talking about how like there's a lot of parents that are like kind of going through it, or they're stressed out, or parents are already under a lot of pressure, right? And so like maybe I would, to not to go against what you're talking about right now, but like in terms of like what we should be doing as a nation to start addressing these issues. The vision, I think, with a universal basic income is $1,000 a month for every adult over the age of 18, right? That means that in a two-parent household, that's $2,000 a month right there, right? Now, what that means for someone like my sister that has like 2 kids, and she's doing a full-time job, and her husband is doing a full-time job, and they're thinking about getting more hours and being less available for their kids at those very pivotal ages, right? It's like, what that means for families all over America is that you can have situations where there's a more healthy balance at the home, right? That means that my sister could reduce her hours to just part-time, or just quit her job altogether, and be there again at those very important ages, where her presence is, and even in terms of like food, right? Like her being more present, her cooking meals every day, like putting more energy and effort in that, like setting the example at that early age, what I saw with my parents, right? And on top of that, it's like the value-added tax system is, you're not putting any more taxes unnecessarily on like essentials, like those healthy foods that I mentioned, right? With the trade-off that you're taxing, just having a 10% tax on all other non-essentials. Yeah. Like, that's, I feel like that would be the perfect foundation to like create that balance at the home environment to like avoid all of the obesity epidemic in the first place, right? I mean, it's going to have to do much more than that, but like if a parent is like overstressed and overburdened by work and doesn't have time to be there for their kids, to like take him out to the park, to have daily, like daily like excursions to the park, and like the kids are, instead of sitting at home on their phones or video games, they could be going out there because their parents have more time for their kids, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So it's fun. What I try to fight for is foundational. It's like, how do you address the foundation to start addressing the issues that we're dealing with right now? And I mean, I'm not against all of these scientific advances. I am, again, hesitant about over depending on like chemicals to solve every one of your issues. Like, I feel like it is a good jumpstart to help.
But I don't understand, like, why chemicals though? I mean, so much of food and everything is like just, I mean, aren't we all just chemicals kind of thing? I mean, I'm sorry to be like completely reductionary, but I'm curious like where the line is drawn and how you draw it.
I meant pharmaceuticals. Like pharmaceuticals, like our over dependence on pharmaceuticals is a whole nother issue in America. I think that it is, again, I'm not going to say that it is amazing that we've developed all of this. Like, don't get me wrong. It's cool that we have penicillin to fight off like infections, right? That's amazing. And I'm not saying that your idea to have Ozempic jumpstart a lot of people's weight loss journey. I think that's a great idea, to be fair. But I feel like this is the problem with America, and even in terms of how we're in politics, how politicians are trying to deal with like these issues. Like, there's nothing foundational about the solutions that are being put forth on either side of the aisle, right? It's like, you're not addressing the home environment. You're not addressing like the parental time available for kids. You're not addressing even in terms of education, right? Like 60% of the students' outcome is largely dependent on the situation at home. Like, you can literally give every single inner city kid a laptop, but if like the environment at home is shit, like it's like you just spent a lot of money on laptops. Maybe they're just going to use it as like a, as like a, as, I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like, it's like you're not investing in the source of the issue. Like it's the difference between like a parent having time for their kids, reading them books every day, instead of getting home stressed out, and like if the kid acts out, then they get a smack, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, this is the dysfunction that's happening in America right now.
Yeah, man, it's tough, dude. There's so much. Oh shoot.
But again, a UBI is like a way to strengthen the family. It's a way to strengthen the household. It's a way to like bring that balance back to the household. Like, again, you and I grew up in, I guess, two different worlds. It's a tale of two cities, right? It's like, I grew up in a very dysfunctional environment where poverty and, like my dad at one point, this happened a long time ago, but like my brother got the front end of like, getting smacked because he's like stressed out about work or whatever.
Oh, dang.
Whereas like a healthy environment for a kid is like, all right, like how healthy, like how balanced, like how stressed out is a dad, like how overworked is a dad, like is he coming home like with patience instead of instead of exploding on the kid, like,
yeah,
these are little things that we don't think about, and this is the dysfunction that leads to I've been seeing some of those interviews that Soft White Underbelly does.
Yeah,
and
dude, those are good.
Holy shit, man. Like, you hear those things and I'm like, dude, like, this is
Yeah, dude, you don't know what people have gone through. You know, that's why I feel like compassion and empathy is always like the right move, and how we can like address and feel for one another. You really don't know what someone's background is.
Right. And so I feel like, not to sound utopian, but like a UBI is just a more efficient use of our resources in a sense. Like it should be something we should discuss more about, right? And you know, it's complicated for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. For sure. Dude, my freaking TikTok studio just completely crashed. My live studio. I can like talk to you, but I don't have the thing up anymore.
Is that what you use for the chat that just pops up on the right hand?
Yeah.
I still see it.
It's weird. Okay. Wild. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see if I can. I'm trying to hit the buttons. Well, Eric, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. I always appreciate the chat, man.
Yeah, man. Of course. You know, I'm just trying to like, I guess I'm trying to rile up smart people to start like, you know, thinking outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially since I've been doing this for a while. Like, my favorite people to encounter while I drive Uber are like college students and undergrad and grad students, like out here at UCLA, USC kind of area, and I feel like smart people should start taking a more, I don't know, a more prominent role in like politics, if anything, you know?
Yeah, dude, I think that there is like a benefit of having, I mean, it's kind of frustrating that we have just like a bunch of lawyers running politics. So we get like these really, I would love a more technocratic approach, just in general to like understanding and fixing a lot of problems. Cause, I think science has a lot of answers to a lot of questions, like why not use it more? So, that's my take on it too, man. I think, like UBI is something that has a lot of data to support it too. So it's not just like some ephemeral thing. I think that like in the future, like we have to be using something like that for AI, and that we're going to be about 50 million people unemployed pretty soon here, going for because it's just they're going to go away. They're basically going to be losing a lot of their service jobs, and they're not going to be able to. Jen, they did Colton, California, and it was a resounding success. So there's a lot of, but there's going to be a lot of people that are out of work, and it's not just out of work; they're going to be permanently out of work, where they're going to be, they're not going to be able to outlearn a LLM. So they're going to be in a really bad spot. I haven't been defunded, but I have friends, and there's people that joined the live before, and they talked about their stuff being defunded. So it's happening. It's no joke. So
you were, I guess, also in danger of getting defunded? You were in danger of getting defunded?
No, I got out of academia about a year and a half ago now. So I went to the private side, and I work for a German company now. So, but I live in San Diego. So, thankfully somehow I've right in the right spot to hopefully not be impacted so much by science grants from the United States. But we'll see. If there's some type of tariff on Europe or something, that would probably impact me pretty directly, and maybe my labor gets more and more expensive. But as the dollar crashes, we're actually becoming to the Germans, we are the the cheap international labor now. So my yeah, so it's kind of wild, but yeah.
Let me just address something in the comments about something about women working. Um, I'm not against women working. I think I just gave the example of my sister as just like a particular circumstance that it's something that I see every day. Again, it's more about how to bring more like balance to the home life. Like my mom worked while she took care of us, and she, she's an incredible woman. Like she was it's not about the gender roles, to be honest. It's just, let's put it this way, like if you're gonna have kids, there are certain sacrifices that you have to make for those kids, right? Like there are certain, like, it's not about the gender roles, it's just like whether it be the father or the mother. I mean, the mom could have the better paying job, and like the dad is like, all right, I'll stay home a little bit more than you, right? So it's more about like what the UBI can do for the household.
Yeah, man.
Not really about gender roles or like or like women staying in the kitchen. That's not at all what I meant.
Yeah, I don't think that you're all good, bro. There's no intent on that for sure. All right, guys. Well, let me try. I'm gonna just disconnect you just to see if there is if this, I don't know, this window goes away. I don't know. We'll have to see, but I might have to just end the live. It's getting late anyway, but always good to talk to you, man. I appreciate you, Eric. Thanks for.
Yeah, man.
I would love to do in light of the. I don't know, like when this is just like a content idea that I'm like spitballing because it was fun that we used to do back in the Twitch days that I used to do, but having like an academic discussion. And I would love to do like an academic deep dive on UBI, but I would love, basically it would be, I would love to have like an economics professor or someone that's in grad school or something like that, and like him like team up with you or something, and then we could have, you know what I mean, like pro and cons UBI, and have they go over the papers, and because I think it would just be a cool way to like elevate the discussion, because I think that you're not, I'm not trying to, we're just trying to get like you're obviously super well informed on it, but like multiple experts on each side. So,
yeah, I definitely, I'd love to organize my thoughts because there's a lot of ground to cover when it comes to UBI, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, like I think that's the experience I've had so far doing what I do with like encountering so many different people. Like I've learned to address so many counterpoints to it that maybe I didn't like study this in college at all. I didn't study economics, but I think I have learned a lot of how to like how to address the narrative of the UBI part. And I'd love to pair up with someone that's more of an expert in this field.
Yeah, if like try to see if you could find like an economics professor that's done research on UBI, and then I can message them, and then we can like go on from there, because academics love talking about their research, so I can reach out to them.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna start going to colleges again.
Nice.
This is what I mentioned, and I do have a network with some lady that works at the USC campus.
Nice.
And she was like super like excited about my UBI stuff that I've been doing. So I'm gonna see, because she said like, yeah, there's so many events where you can like rub shoulders with the economics department here in USC.
Nice.
And
Perfect.
I'm definitely gonna hit her up. And now that school's gonna start, I'm gonna see where I can go from
Nice,
there.
dude. Nice. Awesome. Dude, well, thanks again, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, of course, man. Thank you for having
dude.
me.
Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for coming up.
All right,
Okay,
and
so
Yang Gang.
for sure. All right, see you, man.
All right, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna try closing this window. Guys, my entire TikTok studio thing just crashed. Oh, there's back. Okay, it did come back after I closed that window. That's weird. Okay. What's up, guys? That was a cool line of guests there. That was really fun. That was wild. Yeah. So let's see. Okay. As we wind down, I hope you guys have a good weekend. End of your weekend. Just have a good Sunday. Have a good week. I'm gonna be back Thursday, Friday, Saturday, probably. So yeah, thank you, Jen. Thank you so much for subscribing. That's so cool. You're the second one. Rocky was my first subscriber, and you're my second one. That outside of people that I know in my real life. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I just should say that we were launching today the Discord for subscribers, just so that we can, because I've really thought about this really hard, but I really want to have the Discord just be an active space where people that are in there want to be in there, and it's going to be an active space. And you guys all know, I mean, everyone's on Discord, and like, I hate those Discord servers that everyone is in there, but nobody talks. Everyone just, it's in there, and nobody cares. And what I would love for this to be just like this space, a place where people can go for help, for networking, for applying for like CVs, professional, personal development, coaching, motivation. And then that's where we're going to have the suggestion for articles, right? So where you can have articles suggested, and then we can go more deep on than what I can do on the TikTok, for the papers, figures, all that kind of stuff, because I still haven't figured out a way in order to really showcase a paper. I did do something like this week, and I'm actually going to upload it. So I would love for you guys to check it out. But I did it like 2 nights ago, and then I will see. I mean, if you want to jump on, dude, I'm down. If you want to request, so the I just want the Discord to be a positive space that we can all like organize and use. So yeah, so we're gonna do that for subscribers. So thank you guys. If you would want to do that, that'd be amazing. I also I wanted to kind of leave my lives now. I want to leave with like a cool mental idea, mental approach, mental model that you can take with you. And I've been thinking about, thank you for everything. Appreciate you guys. I want to talk about an empathy exercise that I do in order to try to like bring myself in when I get frustrated. And I know that everyone talks about how zen I feel or look or whatever, but I get frustrated on the inside too, guys. I get frustrated just like everyone else. And no, thank you. Thanks, Eric. The empathy exercise that I like to do is like, and it's especially applicable, let's say when you are driving. So like, let's say you're driving and someone just cuts you off, and you're like, the first inclination is what? Just to think, what is this person? What is this guy? This, what, blah, yeah, expletive, whatever you want to say. But I want to challenge you in that moment, okay? In that moment, try to think about the worst day that person could have. Maybe they just got off the phone with their mom and they're sick. Maybe their kid isn't doing well at school. Maybe they didn't sleep the night before. Try to think about the worst possible day that someone could have leading up to that moment, and then see how you feel and see how the frustration might feel. And for me, when I do this empathy exercise, it calms my nerves down. Because I'm like, dang, a lot of people could be going through a lot in order to get where they are today. And just like what we were talking about with Eric, and, being compassionate and trying to think like, we got to give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes, and try to, extend that hand in peace and love, and try to help people up. So if the next person that cuts you off in traffic, just think, what is the worst possible thing that could have happened in order for it to be leading up to here and now? And it helps. I promise. All right, everyone. That's it. What a crazy week. This has been like the start, I feel like, of this next new chapter. I really feel like this live has actually started this week, and the reception and the breakthroughs and the personal development, the career coaching, it's been insane. It's been so cool. I'm so fortunate to have you guys here. I do post everything on my my YouTube, so I'll post the videos and you can watch it. Like genuinely, like, yeah, if a part of your mental health and you have to do less TikTok app, then you can always watch it on YouTube. Don't worry about that. Which girls? I don't understand what that means. So I'm so yeah, I'm so proud of the community that we've already, like, I've only been doing this for like 2 weeks. So it's just so cool to see everyone's response to this. And I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate the positivity of this space. And let's keep it going. All right, let's keep it going. My channels is just basically, I'm a scientist. People ask me questions, but we are kind of centered around personal and professional improvement. So improving your life by becoming a better person, trying to think about things differently, more positively, and then professionally try to get you into a career that you want, to make the impact that you want, to make the world a better place that we all want, right? And I think that's the big idea, is creating a positive space where people can grow together. Because I grew up as a scientist like 15 years ago. I joined a lab that completely changed my life, and it was a group of people that were working together in order to make the world a better place. And I'm a scientist, so I can help you become more involved with science, but I would love to have a community that's filled with all different types of people that can all network, and we can all try to make each other better, and that's kind of the whole goal, is trying to keep that and fill that friendship space for people, and network and improve our communities. So, all right, guys, that's it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Have a good night. Yeah, Eric. Well, it's on my profile. So anyway, thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Have a good one. Bye.